is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but is it enough? It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
Charlotte Motor Speedway, it is eNASCAR's longest night as we welcome you to this special presentation of RaceSpotTV on the iRacing Sports Network. Welcome to the 2025 iRacing Coke 600. It is the longest event on the NASCAR iRacing Series calendar, and tonight we bring you flag-to-flag coverage of split number 1. And as always, on the special events calendar, happy that you're spending your evening with us. Our producer, Ramiro Cisneros, is downstairs, and alongside Derek Watson, my name is Evan Pasoko. And Derek, happy to be with you again for another fun iRacing NASCAR special event. And it's a great way to lead in to what is the greatest weekend to be a race fan. It has already been a busy month over the course of the last few weeks. The Fixed Indy 500 and the Open taking place over the course of the last 2 weeks. And now the Coke 600, the longest NASCAR race of the year, stands before us.
Yeah, it's our second time we can spend Memorial Day weekend together calling the Coke 600 together. And look at June. It doesn't stop, does it? The 4 hours at Thruxton, the Nürburgring 24, the Watkins Glen 6 hour before the Firecracker 400 in July. That I am stoked for. The 87 cars at Daytona, and it keeps going. Spa, the Brickyard, Knoxville, Portimao, the Indy 6 hour. More and more, year by year, iRacing stacks this schedule with event after event.
And it seems like the calendar gets bigger and bigger just when you think that calendar can't find possibly any more prestigious races to add to it. It continues to grow and grow, and I think the 2025 version of the iRacing special events calendar may be the strongest it has ever been. We are in a closed qualifying session, so of the dozens of splits that are currently running seeded by iRacing, qualifying takes place in this session. That is different than some other iRacing special events. The Indy 500 I mentioned it previously, which does have separate qualifying, but for this event, because it's part of the NIS calendar, all the qualifying happens in the race session. So 5 minutes, 2 laps, 1 car at a time, and only 30 seconds left on the board with a couple of big names still yet to put down in some times.
Yeah, that 5-minute clock goes by super fast too, right? Some people want to get it done early. Some people like to kind of flirt with the clock so they can kind of see what time is left on the board and what they need to beat. But 5 minutes is by, it's done fast. In fact, it already is. The 5 minutes is over. Qualifying is done.
And with that, we are ready to go racing. There are 400 laps and 600 miles between us and the checkered flag. Let's introduce you to the field of competitors and take a look at your iRacing starting grid. It starts with pole position, and that goes to the number 3 ranked driver in the field, Quinton Warman, with a 28.806. He's going to bring us to the green flag tonight alongside Joseph in P2. Dylan Banks will roll off from the number 3 spot. He'll be joined by Derek Heitman on row number 2. And then back on row 3, P5 starter is Evan C. And P6 is Patrick Gitter.
Moving back to P7's Daniel Nanny back on row 4 with Dallas Pataska on the outside. And P8, number 25 car. P9 is Seth DeMerchant and Nate S. Stewart back in row 5. Row 6, Lars Chenoweth and Dylan Duval round out your top 12.
Continuing on through, lucky number 13 tonight goes to the Canadian James Houghton. He'll be alongside Chris Wilhite on row number 7. Bobby Zelensky, top I-rated driver in the field tonight, starts 15th next to Tyler Justice in P16. Jonathan Evans will roll from 17th with Paul Hill in P18.
And back to P19 is Matt D. Canny with Christopher Hill on the outside in P20. Justin R. Smith in 21st with Mario Miranda, Super Mario, back in 22nd in the 21 car. That lines up pretty well. And then Clayton Hoffman and Matt Danson round out your top 24.
The rest of the drivers do not take times in qualifying, so they will all be seated based on their rank in this race, which correlates with car numbers. So Zach Novak starts 25th, and Omar Diallo 26th, Cody Johnson 27th, Nicholas Vroman 28th, Jacob Wilkerson 29th, and Matthew J. O'Brien in 30th.
Back to Tyler Luttrell, the New York native, is back in 31st with June Sutherland, the Illinois native, back in 32nd. J.R. Bobarima in 33rd with John Jenkins in 34th. And then Brad Newman and Brandon Evans round at 35th and 36th place with Maggie McGuire, the last car, the New England native, back in 37th.
It is a look top to bottom at your iRacing starting grid as the field begins to roll. Looks like one car, either intentionally or with some sort of a delay, will not be starting with the grid. Bobby Zelensky's car, big challenger, one of the NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series drivers in the field tonight, will be starting this race from his pit box on pit road. So again, it is a long race, plenty of heavy hitters opted not to take a time to qualifying at all. Yeah, you do want to stay out of the middle of the racetrack, but I don't think you can't win this race for the middle, Derek. The only concern being back there in traffic is trouble could strike at any moment. But for Bobby and the others who are starting towards the rear, you got plenty of mileage here tonight to make it up.
Well, it's kind of double-sided, right? You don't want to be in the back because trouble happens back there, but man, starting right dead middle, that also could be like the epicenter of the first couple of incidents. Who knows where it'll be? But look at track temps here. 80 degrees Fahrenheit and something to look at right now. It is currently 6:33 p.m. virtual sim time. This is a long event. This is day to night. The lights will be on before this event is over.
We are going to race well into the evening, and for those on the East Coast of the United States, well into the morning. But we're happy that you're joining us from coast to coast and across the globe as we get set for one of NASCAR's jewels. Pace car is down and in. This is the iRacing Coke 600. Off and away we are, and already a change for the number 1 position. Joseph makes a quick move onto pole sitter Quinton Warman. It's the 33 car out in front at Charlotte.
Well, it didn't take long for a lot of this field to single file on the bottom line, but boy, the checkups are heavy. The up and down movement of the cars, the pace of this race is all live. It may only be lap 4 of 400, but these guys don't know that. They are just all out here. And look throughout the field. It's Memorial Day weekend, and you can tell it by the looks at least the top 4 cars in the field here tonight.
There is a lot of red, white, and blue in the field. No surprise there. We saw a lot of that Tuesday night here on the iRacing channels with the Coke Series. Their longest race of the year was here. It was the Coke 160. That won't even cover half of the race distance of this full Cup Series race here today. In fact, this race, in some cases, more than 4 times the length of what you would see in a normal intermediate race at iRacing's top oval level. And, you know, the Coke Series gets a lot of attention, and rightfully so. That is a prestigious series. There's a lot on the line, Derek, in that one as we jump on board with Patrick Gitter. But there are drivers outside of just this special events calendar who are doing this every single week, racing the NASCAR iRacing series, which is full-length races all year long and all season long.
Well, there's 4 full-length races, right? The Daytona 500, the Charlotte race here, the Coke 600, the Brickyard, and the rest are half-length races. But you get so used to this. You get so used to coming out and doing half-lengths. And boy, when we get to a full-length like the 600, we as drivers love it, but we kind of go, boy, that feels like forever. And it will at some point in these cars for these drivers. Your arms are going to get tired. Your feet will get tired from getting on and off the pedals. Your brain will get tired from trying to process all the information. Look at us up and down the field already. These cars trying to find the perfect lanes. But yeah, you're right. I mean, even half-length races, if we do it weekly, there's 9 sessions a week between fixed setups and open setups where you can do half-length or full-length races here on the iRacing service.
And I didn't get a chance to catch how many sessions. Looks like there might be 42 total sessions, 25 races going on right now. So more than 900 drivers or iRacing members in some way or another involved in this current split of this Coke 600. This is the top split of the open race. So these drivers running custom setups is considered the creme de la creme of these NIS and these iRacing special events on the NASCAR side of the calendar. Of course, fixed setup opportunities to run this full-length Coke 600 as well, happening all weekend long, but seems to be a popular one. I know there's a couple on Sunday afternoon, Derek. I feel like some of these drivers may be preoccupied with all of the television options over the course of the weekend, so I think the stars are here in this one, and so far a good pace to start this race as Joseph is settling in up front, and your field, for the most part, slowly starting to get some space between them. Still some side-by-side. That's tail end of the top 10 right now. 25 on the outside. That's Dallas Patasco in the black car up top.
Yeah, I think you hit on a pretty awesome point. It's really hard to find time to do one of these events, Evan, because Memorial Day weekend, some people want to be outside. It's an unofficial start of the summer. In fact, here in Oregon, the pool's open this weekend. There was a party outside here where I am with snow cones and free food. Got into some of that before the broadcast, but you got that. You got the trifecta of racing on Sunday morning. You got all kinds of special events, and you got these 600-mile races happening. It's hard to fit one in. There's still 4 more chances left this weekend. There's 2 chances tomorrow. Those are both fixed setups. There's 1 more open setup run Sunday morning. Of course, that's going to happen alongside the real-life Indy 500. And there's a chance to do 1 more fixed Sunday night. That happens next alongside to the Coke 600. So there's a lot of difficult choices here on this holiday weekend if you want to get this race in.
It is a great tradition for the weekend in terms of all the racing that's available, and many of these drivers have made this iRacing Coke 600 part of their weekend traditions. I mentioned that one of the drivers had started from pit road, that was Bobby Zelensky. He has had no issues getting back out and onto the racetrack, so all 37 cars on the grid are on the racetrack and off and away. Lars Cheneth in a battle right now for position number 9. Omar Diallo outside, going to make the move into turn number 1, give the spot to him. And how about a 2-for-1 special? Tyler Justice. Look at that yellow car on the top. He'll get around both the 23 and the 9. So Justice pushing early, aggressive on the outside lane, and some more drivers saw that they're taking note. He's got some cars following him through.
Yeah, a couple cars, by the way, including Omar Diallo, up a bunch of spots already in this race. Omar's already up plus 16. Tyler Luttrell right behind him, P11's up 20. Zach Novak up in P5 is also up 20, Evan. So a lot of drivers are making big moves. Now, in a race like this, I get a little concerned as a driver, though, because I wonder, what are you giving up? Right? What are you doing? Are you burning off your tires? Are you being aggressive? What are you doing to make up 20 spots? It could be that some drivers want to lay back and kind of bide their time and make sure they have a car for later. But boy, up 20 spots, up 16 spots even, you're pushing pretty hard.
Yeah, that is the option that these drivers have. Long way to go in this race. They have the ability, if they want, to be aggressive early. But of course, they may pay the price when you get to the end of what could be a lot of long green flag runs in this race with green flag pit cycles. If you're aggressive early in the runs, then late in the runs, you could pay the price if you want to be an instigator early on. Again, that's why most of the field is single filed. You see the outside of it, it's a wide open lane, and that looks like the familiar colors of Matt Danson trying to make some moves. He started in the 24th position. He wants more. Already up 10 spots, now slicing to the inside on Lars Cheneth. Make it an 11th spot gained for the Australia.
Yeah, I was going to say, we talked about you being late night, prime time, sort of midday West Coast. Depending upon where Matt is in Australia, it's roughly about noon on Saturday. So for Matt, this is a much different race than the rest of us, Evan. He's already had time to get up, get breakfast in, maybe relax a little bit, and get ready for this, prime time U.S. racing of this open setup Coke 600.
Yeah, all kinds of different countries going to be represented. Again, for somebody where Matt is down in Australia, the time change is probably extreme enough that it is a better option for him to run this one basically early in the morning for him the next day, as opposed to somebody else. In the European region, we do see a lot of participation in NIS and the NASCAR special events from folks over in Europe. This split maybe not the best to see participation from that segment of drivers, just because it is middle of the night. And listen, it's going to be a late enough night anyways for the drivers on the east coast of the U.S. Maybe we'll put it over under 12:15 a.m. checkered flag. That's where I would set the line. Typically, we average about 3.5 hours or so to get this Coke 600 completed, and that is super efficient compared to what some of the real-world race times have been when the NASCAR folks run the Coca-Cola 600.
Yeah, there's a couple differences in our times, right? We don't do the stage breaks, so there's a few less cautions involved. And right now, unofficially, my timing and scoring tells me, Evan, that per our current race pace, if we stay green, knock on wood, for all 400 laps, we're looking about 3 hours and roughly 18 or 19 minutes of racing. So we'll see how that turns out as the night goes on. We're already about 10 minutes into it. Already about 20 laps in. Green flag race so far. Joseph's being pushed around by Warman. Duvall's back there, Stewart, and Novak in top 5. But look at how deep that is. I can count probably 10, 15 cars in a single file here. So everyone's gotten comfortable. No one's trying to make big moves for the most part. Just wants to ride along and be there at the end here.
The only thing that you can do, not only this early into the first stint of this race, but quite literally the only thing that you can do in the first 200 laps of this race is lose it for yourself. And that's true in any race that we cover. If it's 100 laps, if it's 400 laps, is that early you can make mistakes that can make sure you lose the race, but you can certainly try to push hard, and you're not going to win it with a move early on. So the key here is to just settle into a rhythm, stay out of trouble, and hope that some of your fellow competitors aren't as successful in that. And if we have long green flag runs, some of the drivers at the tail end will start to fall off the back, or if there is some attrition over the course of this race, that it doesn't happen to you. And then once you get down to the final 200, even though that's still a wide margin, then you start to strategize on trying to set yourself up to be in the position you want to be in come those final cycles of pit stops. But up front, battle is on, and how about side by side for the lead? Quinton Warman started this race on pole, but it was quickly snatched away by Joseph, who has been in control since then. The 33 ranked driver in that number 20 car up front continues to lead. Surprised that Warman made the dive, but he's getting a little bit antsy there in the number 2 spot.
Yeah, maybe wonder if maybe he just was trying to get some clean air in the car. I mean, temps should not be a problem at Charlotte like you and I would cover for a Daytona or a Talladega race. So maybe he thought about it and went, hey, you know, I was just trying to peek and see how you'd react, or who knows what happens here. And there is the peek again. Now he's going to try it. Now he's going to commit to it on the bottom here. Get down in the corner. I think he might clear him out of 4, Evan. This quad oval was a tricky place to be side by side. There's something about the visuals of this quad oval that makes it look very narrow inside the car, but they're going to be good here back into turn 1. It's still Joseph.
Yeah, the quad oval from high above, and maybe to somebody who doesn't do a lot of oval racing on the service, can look like any other NASCAR track compared to a tri-oval, because tri-ovals have a big sweeping consistent bank to the front stretch. The turn radius is pretty simple. Here you got 2 distinct kinks. Right there is one, and then it straightens off, and then there's another. I will say Charlotte is the least aggressive of those quad ovals, not really because of the racetrack itself, but because what they did to the front stretch in real life. A couple of years ago, right, they took the grass out, replaced it with the AstroTurf. So when iRacing did an updated scan of Charlotte Motor Speedway, that was represented not only visually and graphically, but it also affects how the cars react when they go down there. Back on the old Charlotte, you went down through the grass, you could hit that Legends Oval, you can catch some air in the grass. Obviously, you're going to get grass on the tires, you know, issues that could cause a wreck. So cutting that quad oval kinks, I call them, used to cause drivers some pretty big issues here at Charlotte. You don't really see that post-rescan now that it has the turf like it does in real life.
Yeah, you're correct. Of the tracks with quad ovals and iRacing, obviously Texas comes to mind, Atlanta comes to mind. This one I think is the one that drivers probably abuse the quad oval the least by dipping those tires there. You know, and you're right, because the AstroTurf maybe is a little less aggressive if you do touch that quad oval. But you know, I always kind of joke when we do these races, Evan, I always think, man, the groundskeeper at those tracks must be just a little upset post-race, right? He does all that work, whether it's grass, it's AstroTurf, it's paint, whatever it's down there, and he puts a lot of work into that place, and these guys just scuff the heck out of it with those left side tires.
And now the battle's creeping more and more into the top 5 or top 10. We've seen in the background of some of these shots consistent battling through the midfield, but up front now, as these tires start to wear 30 laps into the run, these drivers starting to look around for different lines. And what that's doing is opening up opportunities for possible faster race cars to make some moves. You see the first 3 cars in line, they stick to the bottom of the racetrack in turns 3 to 4. With Dallas Pataska, 4th place spot. Even Nate Stewart, not quite as much, but the 5th car in line, he was also up a few lanes. So as these runs progress, this racetrack's going to widen itself out. Charlotte, not nearly as much of a multi-groove racetrack as, say, a Kansas or a Las Vegas, but old, worn-out tires can make any racetrack give you great options, and we're seeing some of that already as that 4-car of Patrick Gitter, the one who wants to make a dive. It is the blue and silver 21 on screen, trying to get up there into the number 6 spot.
Yeah, trying his hardest. He's really trying to make a move, trying to find that lane and see what he can make happen. But you're right, still trying to be conservative here, because this is a race where honestly I think it's the hardest one of the special events because of that time transition we've hinted at. Yes, it's going to be nighttime before this race is over. The sun's going to go down, the lights are going to come on, and this track will be very different than how it's racing right now. So just because you're taking notes right now, hey, whatever it is, maybe my car's a little tight in 3 and 4, it's a little loose, or I don't like how it's behaving, and whatever method you have in your head right now, you know, wait a couple hours. And when that track cools down, this will be a much different race. And so maybe you're a car who's running great right now. And I don't want to put any names out there and, you know, and jinx anyone or curse anyone, but don't be surprised if some of the names up front right now maybe move to the back, or some names up back move forwards when the lights come on. That's a common trend of the Coke 600.
And you can see Danson, he was aggressive early. Remember all the spots that he was making up at one point in this race. Danson now riding back in the number 26 position. He has basically scrubbed off all of that speed and has ended up right where he started back in the mid-20s. But Joseph going to get a challenge from something that he has not seen yet tonight, and that is Mr. Zach Novak. I mentioned 25th on back, did not take a time into qualifying. Well, that 25th place starter in this was the NASCAR iRacing champion in Zach Novak. And through the opening 33 laps that have been complete thus far, he has driven past 24 race cars and is now in the number 2 spot and wants to bring the challenge to the race leader.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Zach, a former champion, maybe one of the most iconic championship moments in all of NASCAR when it was the championship finale that actually aired on television, and Zach's family running in, giving the hug and the congratulations post-race. And here he is. Zach continues to have success time and time again in iRacing. Now he's going to get up here and try and lead in this special event. We'll see what he can make happen as this night goes on. Of course, we got the split screen going on here. You got the race up top. We've got an onboard with Johnson on the bottom back in P10. Pretty exciting event overall as we're now working lap 35.
These runs are going to come and go, and that is what makes a race of this length digestible, right? I know this is far from a 24-hour race or a 12-hour race, but in the NASCAR world, it's about as long as it gets, and you will have to treat a race like this just like you would any other enduro-style race. It is hard to compartmentalize a 12-hour race, 6-hour race, or in this case, a 3.5 or 4-hour race, but the fuel runs and the pit stops and the stints is what is going to make this digestible. You're not going to win this if you look at it as a 400-lap race, but you can win it if you look at a 60-lap run and then another 60. And if you can continue to use every single run to learn, was I too aggressive on the tires? Did I have a little bit more tire life in him by the end of the run? Can I be a little bit more aggressive? How do these drivers run early, late in a run? Those are the things that you're going to learn segment by segment, and if you can be a little bit better every single stint, well, that puts you in a pretty good position to try to call yourself an iRacing Coke 600 winner. We're not quite on the doorstep yet, but we're inching towards that conversation. To pit stops at about 20 laps or so. Just seeing as the field continues to race. Wanted to highlight, we mentioned a couple of the drivers moving up. Derek, 2 drivers caught my eye going the wrong direction. I mentioned Dylan Banks, great in qualifying. He started 3rd. He is slipped all the way down to 27th position, sorry. And then Seth the Merchant started 9th. He's way down in 34th. So those 2 surprised me as having poor opening stints, and it's quite a hole they're going to have to dig out of. And if these races stay green, I don't know if I would put any amount of money on this going green all the way, but certainly the more these races stay green, losing 20, 30 spots in a run is going to make it so much more difficult to catch back up.
Yeah, a couple others. Derek Heitman down 11th. He's running a P15, so that stuck out to me as well. And Matt DeCiani back in 30th, down 11. Now, part of this, I don't think it's a purposeful fall. I don't want to suggest that. But part of me wonders, maybe those are cars that are set up for the nighttime. We talked about that. So you got to wonder if those cars will come alive, or if those drivers are saying, oh, shucks, this isn't the race I thought it was, and they're having a hard time.
And it's also safe to assume that maybe, because it is Friday, some drivers may have taken advantage of some of the earlier races this week for this iRacing Coke 600, either also open or fixed. Some drivers enjoy doing both. I think that's a little bit crazy given some of the limitations on the fixed and a little bit of extra time I think you'd want to spend on focusing on that, but a lot of drivers do double dip. So this could also be already a redemption night for somebody, right? They may have already had a crack at 600 miles, not had a good result, maybe just didn't finish well or wrecked out of their race or what have you. And they're already taking lessons learned from some of the races earlier on in the week and putting them to this. And I bet you there's going to be at least one driver in the field here. Heck, I see it even sometimes with people who win it and then feel like I want to win 2 in a weekend, but there's going to be at least somebody who's not happy with the result in this one, they'll go and run another 600 miles later this week. That's how committed these drivers are. As Dylan Duval up front, trying to challenge for the race lead to the inside of Joseph. He's been on cruise control for the longest time. Slide job up top. New leader is Duval, but for how long? Joseph right back down to the inside, and they're nose to nose.
Yeah, they're side by side. Joseph, the New Jersey native. One of the most infamous names we cover. I guess the guy so nice, his parents named him twice, is trying to get back here around Dylan Duval, but Duval's made the move here now up top, right in that top lane. It feels like all of a sudden here, around the lap 40 mark, with about 20-ish laps to go before a pit stop, this double groove racing is, at least for the moment, awakened. It's no longer that single file race we once saw. So we'll wait and see if this continues on here. But you're right. I was going to mention there are some drivers, Evan, who really do. They go out and they win maybe a Coke 600. Maybe they won an Indy 500 a couple weeks ago here on iRacing, and they're not happy with one, right? You get that urge, that itch, that adrenaline pumping. I got to do it again. That's a hard thing to sell for some of us. Sometimes people will say, hey, listen, I did it. I'm good. I'm going to stop there. But everyone has a different approach to how they approach these long special events.
They really do. To each its own, and that's the beauty of iRacing is, we talk about this when it comes to testing for events and practice, but it also comes down to participation, is that you can, be as hands-off if you want. You can, enjoy it very casually, do hosted racing only with your friends late at night. You can participate in private leagues only. You can do official racing, obviously, to try to go up through the ranks. You can focus on iRacing special events. It really is up to every single user on what they want to do with it, and it is one of the beauties of iRacing. It's the tagline, and that is, with iRacing, every day is race day. And if you want, you could sit down and you could run a lot of 600-mile races in the weekend. I would encourage a little bit of time outside in between some of those, but they've got the chances to do it if they want. That's Patrick Gitter slotting up on the bottom. He got a little bit of speed scrubbed off as that thing was tight on exits. Going to cost him a spot as Omar Diallo makes a pass down on the inside. And somebody else who's slotted back a little bit is Zach Novak. We saw Novak absolutely rip through this field from 25th to 2nd. He slowed down just a little bit. Curious if he's overworked those tires a touch. The next person in that conversation, I think, will be Tyler Luttrell.
Yeah, there'll be a few people in this conversation, but I was doing a little bit of research in the background. You talked about people who won already and want to do it again. It looks like our driver all the way in the back of the field, Christopher Hill, he's already won a Coke 600 this weekend, Evan. He did the first one. So he's out here trying to do it again. That was in the open setup. Also, not in our race, I don't think Joseph Gallardo won top splits when it happened last time. So a couple winners already, and one more name wants to hope to add their name to the name of infamy here.
And that's what I find fun, is my brain is not wired that way. If I could win an iRacing special event, top split, something huge like the Coke 600, I would milk that as long. I would walk away from the weekend and say, that's right, I'm going to end on top. But these drivers, they never settle. And the battle for P2 never settling. Nate Stewart, next man up, makes a quick pass there on Quinton Warman. So, I mean, I was confident that we'd have a couple of drivers again. As I mentioned, they don't have the result they wanted. It's unfortunate. They're going to come back and take another crack at it. Fascinated that drivers have already gotten wins in this event this weekend, and they still come back for more.
Yeah, it's some drivers really get kind of zenned out. They get kind of in the zone in these races, and they kind of get comfortable in those rigs. Everyone has their own way of doing it, right? Some drivers have a Discord full of friends, and you're just talking and having a great time. Some drivers put in AirPods or put in other types of headphones, and they got music going in the background. Some drivers prefer silence as they're doing it. I know drivers who are probably watching the real-life Craftsman Truck or Xfinity or NASCAR races when these races go on. That's something I don't recommend, by the way. But I know drivers who do it, and they just kind of get comfortable and locked in and have a good time. By the way, not a good time for that car on the wall up there. That looks a little scary.
It was a couple of moments, drivers catching the fence. I've seen a lot of it on the exit of turn number 4. Not big hits. Again, you can get away with a lot in these full-bodied stock cars with fenders, you know, even more than you can get away with, I think, with some GT cars that are full-bodied. Obviously more than you can do with formula cars and open-wheel cars, but these stock cars are made to be pretty tough. But eventually, if you hit that thing too hard, you could knock the toe out of it, and that could essentially end your race just like that. So that's the primary concern. Some of the cosmetics, not so much. I don't really think you can do enough damage on the right side of that race car unless you really knock the wall down to really hurt aero and stuff like that. Really the concern, again, would be knocking the toe out of it. And just to show they're being aggressive for every spot, all the way up front, the battle for third to continue it on, and on the bottom, how about 35th position? Well, they're scrapping for that spot also. Brandon Evans, the driver you're on board with right there, as he goes into the corner. On the outside, that's Chris Wilhite, Bobby Zelensky, the white car, 2 cars up the road. Big names back here in traffic.
Yeah, it's a big names back in traffic. I'm wondering if some of these names maybe we thought we'd had our first yellow flag by now. We're quickly approaching, you know, that first set of pit stops. Maybe some people thought there would be a caution already and a way to catch the field here. So curious here. But a couple of questions from the chat. The Cheesy wants to know why we call it the Coke 600 if it's 400 laps, Evan. So I guess that's going to come down to the miles, right? It's a 1.5 mile racetrack, or darn near close to 1.5 miles. So 400 times 1.5 is 600. I'm a C student in math, and even I got that right.
It's true, going by mileage, which, you know, NASCAR has historically always gone by the miles for the race distance, but there was always a couple of finicky ones out there. I remember the races at Phoenix Raceway, for whatever reason, the number on the race name was always kilometers instead of miles, which as a Canadian, no problem with that conceptually, but Phoenix of all places to decide to go with kilometers instead of miles. That was interesting. But yeah, the standard for NASCAR is the number is going to be the miles for the total race distance.
Well, then again, we kind of mess with it, right? Even an iRacing special event calendar, because the Bristol 500, well, that's 500 laps.
And it's only 250 miles because it's a half-mile track. So that one does go against the standard.
Yeah, it goes against the grain a little bit. Other question in chat, you're actually getting to see live on the screen a little bit. There were some questions about what kind of lap times are running. And the lap times have fallen off pretty deeply here, Evan. In fact, let's take a look here at our leader, Dylan Duvall. Currently running about 30.7s pretty consistently. But his fastest was a 29.555. So we're already seeing about a second, maybe a second and a quarter of fall off on these tires here 57 laps in.
And there's no surprise there. And as we get later into this run, we are starting to approach the conversation where pit stops are going to come up. And how much variance there is in the first cars to pit and the last cars to pit, will you multiply that by however many times you got to come down pit road in this race? Then you could even start looking at, are there going to be drivers on different strategies, right? Do some drivers want to pit one extra time, feeling like the time lost by an extra trip down to the pit lane is going to be worth it because they're going to have better tires for that much more of this race? Or, again, the opposite, would you rather forego a set of better tires in exchange for saving the time that it takes to come down pit road? I would love to have a race that stays green, stretches it out, and I would really love the opportunity to see some different strategies on the fuel numbers play into effect as you see off of the pit lane. Maybe one of the first cars in for scheduled service is going to get off and rolling, so that's Chris Wilhite down in the number 37 spot. He came down pit road last time around and decided to go for right and left side tires, so 4 tires and a fuel. That will likely be the decision for everybody. Wilhite, the only car so far that has come into pit.
Yeah, I'm stoked that we're getting the green flag pit stops right. It's not something maybe we often get to talk about and cover in sim racing or in these long events. And a lot of things are going to matter, right? Whether you run the top or the bottom of this track matters how many laps you get out of a tank of fuel. If you decided to stick behind a friend and use that little bit of draft you get, that might give you a lap or two in these long runs. And a lap or two doesn't sound like a lot, Evan, but when we're thinking about how many times we're going to pit here, a lap or two per pit stop, it may not cut a pit stop off of this race, but it could really matter how much gas you need in your final pit stop and what that could do to the cars. So lots of games being played here by the drivers, lots of mental chess, if you will. There's lots of different things to think about as time goes on. Here's a car, I think, maybe non-Viper's going to try to come down pit road. We got toward the bottom of the back straight, but back to the top is the 12, and he's not pitting. Oh, the 3 wide, Charlotte. Oh boy.
This is a tight racetrack compared to some of the other intermediate racetracks on the NASCAR calendar. There's not a ton of space, especially with the strange line you have to take through that quad oval that we described a little bit earlier on. So that is not a spot you want to find yourself 3 wide, and a couple of cars really close to that outside safer barrier as they came down on the exit at turn number 2. I always still find it strange. Charlotte Motor Speedway, one of the few tracks, if not one of the only tracks now that Pocono has fencing all the way around there, that does not have a catch fence at all on parts of the oval. Turn number 3, no exterior catch fence on the track. Of course, there's no spectator seating over there, but that's always been a uniqueness of Charlotte. I remember on my early days on the iRacing service driving street stocks, they're doing about half the speed of these cup cars, so it was always a little bit easier driving those to make a note of, yeah, there's nothing holding me in that part of the racetrack.
Yeah, that's right. If you find this kind of racing fun and you think you want to join iRacing, there's ways to join. You can go to the iRacing website and find out details, and more than likely your first oval car will be those street stocks, and boy, they're a blast. It's funny, now that we drive next gens in the service, Evan, you and I think those, those you're right, they're not as fast as the next gen, but when you're first starting on the service, those things feel blazing fast when you're stuck in a draft at Charlotte behind someone and having a good time. That can talk about miles and kilometers and race distance and numbers is still happening in Twitch chat. And I got to thinking, it's funny, at Charlotte, we used the 600 for the oval, but in previous years, I'm pretty sure they've used the kilometers for the oval.
That is a common theme, I think, as well with road courses. I mentioned Phoenix was always the one that stood out because I think it was one of, if not the only oval that actually went by the kilometer distance, but road course races, lengthwise, not that long in terms of miles, right? NASCAR has the stage breaks, the cautions, so that kind of adds to the total time of a NASCAR road race. But I think you're right in that many are likely using the kilometer number when it's a road race. Saw a little bit of smoke there in the background of the shot on the bottom of your screen. This awesome battle for 16th continuing on. Some more cars down pit road. Joseph, James Houghton, and Paul Hill all down pit road. Of course, the name that jumps off the page there is Joseph, who has been one of the best cars in this race. Right side's on first. Team's going to go over. You'll see the left side of that car get jacked up right there. Left side's going to be put on also. 4 tires and fuel, about 14 seconds or so in the box itself. And as Joseph rolls off of the pit lane on the very right of your screen there through the pace car, a lot of other top finishers taking note that Joseph is in, and you're seeing a lot of big drivers now headed in this time.
Yeah, typically once that first car breaks for pit road, it sort of is the trendsetter, right? It just, oh, he's doing it, well, let's do it. No one wants to get caught out on old tires. No one wants to get caught out as the person who missed the call, so to speak, right? And so everyone will start to come down together. You might see 1 or 2 names stick out here. Currently, it's your top 7 for the most part, maybe your top 8 who've not pitted yet. Diallo, Johnson, Lim, Wilkerson, even Matt Danson up there now in P5. But we'll see what can happen, how much longer they can push it. I was doing the math here. If you figure they pit every 64 laps, Evan, you're talking about doing 6 full pit stops. These drivers who are staying out to lap 68, 69, even 70 if they can. I wonder if they can break that number and make it 5 full pit stops.
That is the margins I mentioned, right? 5 laps longer on a pit cycle doesn't seem like a lot in the microcosm of one cycle of pit stops. But if you can do 5 laps different 5 times, 6 times, right? All of a sudden, you're looking at a number that's big enough to be an entire cycle of pit stops eliminated. Chris Wilhite, on the other hand, he pitted about 9, 10, 11 laps earlier than most of these cars, right? He was the first driver in. Well, that's the opposite. If you're going to go 10 laps or so shorter than everybody else every single time you come down pit road, you're going to be on fresher tires more often, but you are going to have to come down a complete additional time. So we'll wait to see if anybody's going long here, but Cody Johnson is the only car who is left out there yet to come down pit road as Banks Smith, Wilkerson, and DeBoer Barema are in this time. I would suspect Johnson's going to be coming in. Again, I think 70 is going to be the magic number, and he is on the binders and headed to pit road this time. So everybody pretty similar At about a 67 to 70 lap stint, Will Height the only outlier who went way shorter.
Boy, I got a little excited there. Everyone was watching Johnson come down pit road. You saw that smoke puff up from the back tires. I mean, he got on that brake super hard right at the line. And when that happens sometimes, Evan, it either means that the driver's pushing it really close or they missed their mark. And I think in Johnson's case, the good news is he was just right on the verge and he's okay. No penalty for speeding, but it got close in that moment. So now we'll start to circle back around here with Dylan Duvall taking lead, Zach Novak up to second. So in my math and playing with the calculator, Evan, 67 laps appears to be the magic number. That's where you break it from 6 pit stops to 5 pit stops. So right now, there's a good split of this field who could have a problem if this stay green all the way.
Yeah, if you can hit that number, that's going to be the key for you. Either 66 or 67 would split this race into 6th, which again means 5 pit stops, because obviously you would not pit at the very end of the race. You would, in theory, want to line it up on fuel to be pretty much empty coming to the stripe. If there is, chances for overtimes and, eNASCAR green, white checkers and whatnot, then well, that's a different strategy. How much fuel do you want to save? Do you want a little bit extra? But again, in a perfect world, you hit that 66, 67 number, you're going to be making this in 5 trips down to the pit lane, in 5 trips only. And that means already maybe 1/5 of the way through the longest race on the NIS calendar. So far, so good. Dylan Duvall through all of that, the man who has cycled through to the race lead. Joseph, who was dominant early, way back in the number 11 position. So he has dropped way off. Was not particularly bad at all in the pit stop or on pit road. His numbers seem pretty comparable to everybody else, but with that car maybe just falling off late on that early run, he has found himself way back from where he stood at this point in the first run.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see that happen, right? Went from basically 1st to 11th to Joseph, down 9 spots from his qualifying run. So I wonder if it's just a difference in clean air and dirty air. It's a term that we use a lot that maybe some of our viewers don't know, but there really is no dirty air in front of him. He's just out by himself. But kind of come back and cover that real quick for those maybe who are watching with family or friends in this race who are not racing. That dirty air, look at that. That's cars right there in line would be getting it. Basically, it's whatever air those cars in front are pushing back across that line. It just does different things to the aerodynamics or the downforces of these cars. They'll behave different. A perfectly running race car can get loose or tight or not as fast in that dirty air. And so sometimes drivers who lead up front early get caught in traffic, either due to pit stops or due to lap traffic or due to what have you. And it's like they're driving 2 different race cars. You went from being very happy, very pleasant, very jovial on the racetrack, and next thing you know, it's just a handful of, oh my gosh, is what your race car is.
Yeah, that may be an influence also on when these drivers actually make the pit stop itself, right? They may understand, hey, if I run a little bit longer, some of the cars who short pit me may be ahead of me. That's going to put me in some traffic. They may try to avoid that by being the first car to pit, getting away from everybody else, and then hoping to be the one that is cycled through to the front when it matters. We talked about Nate Stewart as one of the drivers who was trying to lead some laps earlier in this race, and it was up and in the conversation. He started in the 10th spot and has been slowly creeping his way forward. He sits P6 right now. Side by side, though, to his outside is a challenge for a lapped car. That is Brandon Evans, who is on the same strategy. So it's not like this car is slow and way off pace, but is kind of stuck on the door right now of that car on the inside for Nate Stewart. Nate finally going to be able to shake the 32. He gets by, and Omar Diallo behind will going to follow suit. That is something, the longer we go, the more these lead lap cars are going to have to deal with, is they're going to start lapping more and more of a 37 car field. And unlike in some sports car racing, Derek, where as a GTP car, you're always lapping GT3s. You have a bit of a benefit of the, obviously, speed differential, and you know that you're going to be consistently passing cars. Not that it's not difficult, but there's an understanding there. Here, every time you catch somebody, and the further up the running order you start to lap cars, they're going to be closer and closer to your speed. They have an inherent desire to not let you pass them. they would hate to let the lead lap car pass them, put them a lap down, at a yellow flag, come out 5 laps later. Now you're stuck a lap down. You got to stay out and not come down to pit road to get a wave around to join the lead lap once more. So that is going to be more and more of a challenge for the leaders the longer this race stays under green flag.
Yeah, that will be the challenge, right? Is how to get around those cars and what to do and what strategy to play. And I was trying to look here for Brandon Evans, and I can see he's kind of been maybe on his own for a while, and there's nothing wrong with that car that I can see for different camera angles. His pit stop was fine. Now, currently, he is the only car a lap down Evans. So just like real-life NASCAR, if that yellow flag were to come out right now and he's not involved in whatever incident occurs, he will receive that free pass. He will get to wave around the field and come around and rejoin the lead lap. So 1 lap down in the Coke 600, not the end of the world. Not where you want to be, obviously. I'm sure it's a little frustrating, a little defeating, a little annoying. But right now, he's just trying to hang on and say, hey, listen, at any moment, I could be part of the lead lap again.
And then once the second car falls a lap down, and it's a different story, because only that first car 1 lap down would be in the lucky dog position. Then Brandon Evans would have to think about completely foregoing a trip down to the pit lane to cycle ahead of the leaders. And again, there is a lot of strategy that goes in to try to maintain lead lap in this. But already 80 laps through this one, and it is Tyler Latterell, the car who has cycled through to the lead, taking that top spot away from Dylan Duval. And we were just talking about Omar Diallo back in a battle for P6 and 7. Well, that car is slicing through the field. He pitted a couple of laps later than most of these other cars inside of the top 5 and top 10. So he has a slight advantage with better and newer Goodyear Eagles on that car. And it has gotten Diallo all the way up to the number 2 spot right now as they run.
Yeah, great job for Diallo up here in P2, as you said. And running pretty great lap times now, back down into 29s with those new tires on. In fact, very, very slightly faster than Tyler Luttrell last time. When I see slightly, I mean less than 1/10 of a second. But when you're that close as you are to Luttrell, that's all you need, those little itty bits of time to help close that gap here. But again, look at this. Pit stops happened about, what, 10+ laps ago. We're already single file again. The field's getting more and more comfortable. But look at that track. It's getting darker and darker as this run goes on.
Yeah, almost uncomfortably dark as it gets a little bit closer to 8 o'clock in sim time, just a little bit past 7:15 in sim. I don't think the lights on the racetrack have turned on quite yet, so it is quite dark, probably the darkest point it'll be at any point in the race, because once the lights do come on, obviously we'll be illuminated for the rest of the event. But this track is going to change. You know, obviously for those of you watching familiar with the iRacing service, Derek touched on this from the jump when we took a look at the track conditions at the green flag, that that day to night transition is not just for visuals. The outside temperature in sim's going to change. That's going to change what type of temperature is retained in the track as the track temp changes, grip changes. So cars that are good in the late afternoon at the start of the race may not be good when we are late into the night and it gets cooler here in sim. So all of those adjustments are coming, and it's why a lot of times you'll see somebody in the real Coca-Cola 600 have a really good race car run up front early, Derek, and that lures them into a bit of a false sense of security. They're out front, so A, they've got the clean air, and B, no one's challenging them, so they're not really trying to make adjustments to their race car. They kind of think it's better than it actually is. And then all it takes is for the track conditions to change, or you talk about the lap traffic, or, you know, you get cycled back to 5th, and that's not a ton of traffic around you, but all of a sudden, while everybody else has been trying to improve their car, you've been sitting, and in a blink of an eye, you end up behind the 8 ball.
Yeah, you really can't. By the way, quick note, I went and took a look at the, I guess since we have virtual sim time, I went and took a look at virtual, I don't know where you get the win from, but whatever, virtual Google, if you want to call it, I don't know. But we're about 11 minutes from sunset in the sim, so that's why the track's getting darker. Lights, as you said, not quite on. But I agree, you get complacent, you get a little comfortable. Maybe you're leading this race, and you know, not only there's stops or adjustments you can make on your pit stops, there's a couple in-car adjustments you can make as well, right? You can move that brake bias around, and you can do a couple small things to help this car change as the night goes on. And if you're not doing those things, if you're not staying on top of it, those things matter, right? Those small differences matter. But look at this difference in the grooves here. Not much different maybe a little bit of too wide racing on the bottom. Mario and Miranda, Super Mario down in the bottom. The Oklahoma native love to win this Coke 600. Mario's, of course, had great success across iRacing as part of the esports team or in his college. Done a lot of great work, and he's always pushing 3 wide through the corners. So it's a little more chaotic back there for P12 than it is for P1.
And no surprise there, that battle for the number 12 position is also already 6.4 seconds off of the lead. So the pace that the leaders are running at continues to be impressive, because if they make up 6.4 seconds every 90 laps in this race and it stays green, you could be looking at maybe only the top 13 cars or so actually staying on the lead lap in this race before it's said and done. But that train up front, your lead 7 cars all in a line, have pulled away from 8th on back. Pataska, the number 8 car, but he is 4 seconds off of this big group at the front of the field, led by Tyler Latterell. Omar Diallo is 2nd. Dylan Duval sits 3rd. Zach Novak in the number 4 spot. Evan C. in P5. Quentin Warman is 6th. Nate Stewart is 7th. And then there is a caboose on the back of this, and that is Brandon Evans, who we talked about a little bit earlier. The first car 1 lap down is the 8th car in line of this lead group.
Yeah, that is the lead group, as you said. That group is all separated by about, 3 seconds back to 9th place. And there's a 2-second gap back to Tyler Justice, Daniel Nanny on back. So you'll see a small gap in the line there. But there's finally a car moving up top in that groove. And at least for a moment there was. And I think maybe it's come. There it is. Again, there's a challenge up front in this pack here. Side by side down the back straight. And that was a pass.
It was a pass down the back straightaway. So with that move, positions will shuffle. And out for turn number 4, Omar Diallo going to be the new race leader of this Coke 600. At least the 4th different lead change we have seen in the opening 100 laps of this contest. It is Chevrolet, Ford, and Toyota running 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So a lot of variance as well in the manufacturer support that you're seeing on track at the moment. Again, all these cars up front pitted within 3 or 4 laps of each other. No big outliers amongst the cars leading this race. I'm continuing to be impressed that they're able to all run so close to one another in pace, lap by lap. We did see things open up a little bit late in that opening stint. Remember, Danson was good early. He started to fall off. Novak as well, who is still in this lead group. So 25th to P4 is a great turnaround for early in the race, right? But he stormed through the field, slid back a little bit. So curious if those names are going to be a little bit more conservative. You may not see Novak for the number 4 spot in line here be so aggressive, trying to make moves, hoping to make sure that car lasts a full 70-lap stint instead of just being good for, say, 55 or 60.
Yeah, now on the left side of your screen, you'll see those numbers up and down the field of who's up, who's down. Look at that. Both cars up front, Diallo and Luttrell up at least 25 spots. In Luttrell's case, 29. Novak's up 21. And just numbers you've hinted at. So that's a difference in maybe pit strategy playing out. Maybe it's a difference in setups or what have you. They've just made those moves and been aggressive and gotten forwards. But earlier we called out the people who've won the open setup races already this weekend. Evan, let's do a shout out for the fixed setups. This is not a fixed race. The next one for that happens in a few hours. There's 2 fixed setup races on Saturday. A couple names you're familiar with. One already this week, Wyatt Tinsley and Casey Kerwin, your winners in the fixed setup Coke 600 so far.
Well, no surprise that those drivers have found success. Wyatt had competed for 1 race this year in the Coke Series, filling in as a backup driver for Taylor Hurst, the driver represented by Norse Force Racing. Of course, Casey Kerwin, longtime competitor. I do find it interesting, you know, those drivers obviously competing in the Coke Series. That is an open setup series. So like this race here, their team can do whatever they want to those sets. There have been, though, in the last 2 years, a couple of fixed setup races introduced to the Coke Series. So far, only at super speedways or road courses. But it does pay in modern-day eNASCAR to be up with the iRacing default fixed setups and some of the challenges drivers feel like those setups present in terms of It's not your set. It's not going to drive how you want it to. It's a little bit more of an accessible set that tends to be a little bit tighter, easier to burn your tires off on. So there is a benefit in the current day landscape for drivers to be just as good in that type of racing as it is here in the open. And on the outside, Tyler Latterell, no more than a couple of laps after having Omar Diallo take P1 away from him, he snatches it right back, that time off of 4, and you can move the number 18 into the number 1 spot again.
I saw a brief move from Duval, maybe to the inside, but backed off it. But what I was wondering, though, and what I wonder about, obviously the eNASCAR Coke Series already ran this week, the 160. So a couple of thoughts came to mind about this, and I don't know if you have insight from the teams, but obviously the setups those teams build are for the race on Tuesday, right? They're not built for this full 600-mile race. So I wonder how many drivers are running the same setup as maybe they ran on Tuesday who are in this race. And then the second thing that I know has changed in the past on the calendar at times has been the positioning of the special event versus the Coke race. And I know there's some times when maybe, let's say, if this race was tonight, but the Coke race wasn't until next Tuesday, I know there are teams who would not run their setups. They would run different setups because they don't want to give away anything to the eNASCAR field. So I think by having this race happen on the Friday after the eNASCAR Coca-Cola Series race, I think it's more likely drivers are running those same setups.
And there had also been times too, even the normal weekly NIS races, there would be, outside of that, the shorter A Opens or A Fixed races, there would be kind of a designated race during the week that all of the Coke Series drivers would go into, and it would be a big game of chicken, right? Yeah, they're all there, they're racing against each other, but you never really knew who was on their A set, right? They might be running their C or D set, or they did have the A set on, but they weren't really giving it 100%. And obviously, with all that talent, someone's going to win the race, someone's going to stand out, but it was just a lot of questions when they would all be in the same race together on, is that all of it? Is that really what I'm going to see on Tuesday night? Or are they sandbagging a little bit? Fascinating gamesmanship. And I agree with you. The fact that this special event happens to come, no more than, 3 days removed from the Coca-Cola 160 here at Charlotte for the Coke drivers on Tuesday. I think they're giving it everything they've got. And here comes Duval on the attack, the driver for Channel 199 Sim Racing in the Coke Series. That team, of course, owned by the legendary action sports superstar Travis Pastrana. Could not clear Duval, though, that time. Diallo kept the nose to the outside. And now Dylan going to have to try once more to get through on the bottom, as these race lead cars still have plenty of clean racetrack in front of them.
Well, I got excited for a second, Evan, because when you see Duval bounce, what looked like maybe a bounce off the wall, that quick snap to the left that he did on the back straight, that's one of two things. That means he's trying to make a quick snap move to make a pass inside, which was likely the case here, or it means he's probably hit the wall and he's kind of just, pinballing off of it. So luckily for him, it was more the first. He kind of wanted to make a quick move and not show his cards, but now he's getting a push from Zach Novak in that number 7 car, and Zach's trying his best to see if he can give us a little bit of push, but a little bit of air, but they're going to fall back in line here, 3rd and 4th.
And Novak's got a great view there as the run goes on. This is the same thing that we saw in the first stint of this race. Drivers are going to go up the racetrack a little bit. Everybody about a lane and change up, except for Novak. Did give him the benefit of the clean air working on the bottom of the racetrack. These cars don't have to deal with as much dirty air negativity in the sim as they do in real world. And look at that move. Diallo tried to go low on Latterell, changed his mind, tried to get back up in his spot. And Dylan Duval, after being unsuccessful in trying to pass Diallo on the bottom, basically had the spot gifted to him because Diallo could not make a move for the lead. He now slides back to 3rd, and Dylan Duval is back into the number 2 spot.
By the way, worth noting, lap 108, we are now more than 25% of the way through this race. Green flag conditions all the way through. This is the amazing run we're having in a top split broadcast here live on the iRacing channels or wherever you're watching the special Coke 600 event. A great run so far. Nice, tight racing. We've seen a lot of bumpers being hit, maybe some small bumps here and there, a wall being tagged, but we're green flag 109 laps in.
It is impressive stuff. Quarter distance through green flag racing in this iRacing Coke 600. If you're just joining us, there's been a couple of close calls, a couple of moments, but all in all, it has been a great race. All 37 drivers who started this race are still on the lead lap. The only car one lap down to Brandon Evans. He's part of this lead group. He's hanging on as the caboose, hoping for a caution flag to get the benefit of the lucky dog. The next car to get lapped would be Clayton Hoffman. That car started 23rd, but has struggled. Right now in the number 36 spot. He's about 4 seconds up the road. Your leader's just now halfway down the back straightaway. He is in the center of 3 to 4. So a little bit of time until Latterell and company get up there and challenge anybody else in terms of trying to put him a lap down. Dylan Duval using the outside lane to get the run to stay ahead of Diallo. Could probably force the issue here if he wanted, but you saw the flames out of the pipes there. Duval lifting when he gets to the back bumper of Latterell. Did not want to force the issue that time for P1.
Well, I can tell you as well, what's happening as this race goes on, the time it may be ticking down, the laps may be ticking up, but a little bit, you and I, Evan, can hear some of the iRacing voice comms happening as this race goes on. 111 laps in, the tempers are picking up a little bit earlier. Remember, very early in the race, it was very cordial, very, hey, you know, go on by, you know, I'll let you go. And now we're starting to hear a little bit of frustration when people are making moves. Like, come on, man, like, you don't need to be that aggressive. And just different comments going on in our ears, and it makes me think that maybe just that frustration's building, that little bit of tension is building, and it's going to have to lead somewhere at some point. Look at that battle in the back, but that red car's falling back quickly, and we're seeing this, maybe some points of different racing happening there. This is the battle back for P14. There's now 5, 6, maybe 7 cars involved in that battle.
It is a big pack, much like the lead group of 7 is all stuck together in one big pack. You've got about the same thing in this battle for the number 14 spot on back. Even make it 12th on back if you want to include Naney and Justice in that as well. But these cars cycled through together. There is a bit of a benefit to running with other cars. The draft on the straightaway is going to keep everybody together a little bit more, but I think the other part is, after 113 laps, these cars are together just because they're so similar on speed. And look at Christopher Hill, one of the rookies in the Coke Series this year, aggressively slicing underneath Dallas Pataska in the battle for 17th position. Hill's got the spot. The shorter way around is on the inside of the racetrack, so he'll break out ahead of Pataska center of the corner, but Pataska then carries the speed on the outside, gets the run down the back straightaway, and clears him right back.
While Christopher Hill may be a rookie to the Coke Series, of course not a rookie to the series, to the service itself, nor is Dallas Pataska, a longtime member, well known within the iRacing community. So great battles happening. As now Joseph, he's back in 10th, by the way. Remember, this is a driver who started in 2nd, led some laps, and since being back here in 10th, I don't want to use the term difficult time, Evan. That might be being a bit overstating or over dramatic, but definitely not quickly moving to the front is Joseph. Last time a 30.795, so he's on pace with the leaders. It just feels like maybe it's hard to pass here so far at Charlotte.
Yeah, we've seen those challenges, and again, you're going to have opportunities. I think the biggest of which would be the pit cycle. These leaders right now, I think, closer together 50 laps into this run than they were 50 laps into their first stint. So that's where those intervals become really interesting in terms of the pit stops, right? I mean, Kyle Latterell, the driver who's leading, we'll use him as the example. His best lap of the race was at the start of this run, and he put down a 29.520. Well, right now, his last couple of laps, last 3, in fact, have all been 30.7s. So that's 2 full tenths of a second to fall off, fresh tires to old. The gap right now from 1st to 7th is only 8 tenths of a second. So, you know, you're looking at that much fall off for Latterell, going from a 30.7 to a 29.5 over 2 seconds and 2 tenths. You could, in theory, if you're Nate Stewart, if you're Evan C., look at this group and say, I would be the first one to pit, right? You want to go for the undercut. You think it's hard to make passes in a big group like this. Pit a lap or 2 before everybody else. Get the fresh tires. Immediately put down a lap time that's 2 seconds quicker than them. And even if they respond immediately afterwards, you're going to be in front, and then they would be the people that would be challenging you to make the pass. So interesting stuff there. We will see if that's going to happen or not. Again, everybody reacted when Joseph was the first car to come down pit road the last pit cycle through, and he's kind of been stuck out of this conversation since then, relegated back in that number 10 spot.
Yeah, and by the way, use that word pit stops. I was hoping we'd get to that conversation, because remember, if you pitted on lap 67, then that means probably like 134 is the longest you can go. Run lap 119, pardon me. So that means we're not far away from that second round of green flag pit stops. And as an iRacer, as a sim racer, as a fan of racing and sim racing, that's great to hear. I love seeing these green flag pit stops. So much time can be gained or lost on pit road. A lot of the racing battles we focus on is who is where on track, who's making the move, who's high, who's low, who's doing what. As we see a battle up front for the lead, this is going to be Duval trying to make that pass again and gets back in line. But, and you know from watching the practices pre-race for the Coke Series, Evan, a lot of top-tier drivers spend time practicing those pit entries. You can gain and lose seconds on pit road.
Yeah, you can. I mean, the pit stop itself is 15, 14 seconds. That may be really the only thing you think of, but you're looking at probably mid-40s in terms of time lost, right? You're going to spend about 37 to 39 seconds on pit road. That's an easy number to measure, but you can't really measure, Derek, the time lost, obviously, from when you're full throttle and whatever your race pace is in turn 3 to slowing down to hitting the pit lane entry. That's time lost. Obviously, you're 30 some odd seconds on the lane itself, and then all the time it takes for you to get back up to your race pace as you exit pit road, stuck on the apron in turns 1 and 2, and then to blend back up on the back straightaway. So easily, mid to high 40 seconds is what is lost every time you come down pit road. It is natural that with that much time involved in the process, I'm not saying it's easy, but half a second, couple of tenths, I mean, those are big numbers on the board, certainly bigger numbers than what you could do on any single lap. Chris Wilhite, inside of the racetrack right there, he's the first car who pitted on the first cycle in this race, and he just came off of pit road again. So Wilhite again going for the shorter stints, going to put the leaders 3 wide. Look out, Duval up top, in the middle is going to be Warman, and on the bottom, Chris Wilhite, lapped car, but fresh tires, trying to find his way through, but causing quite the commotion.
Yeah, and this is that thing you talked about. You went and talked about the difference in lap times and tire wear. Well, Wilhite has brand new tires. Maybe he's not trying to be in the way. He's not trying to race hard, but he now has a time advantage, and he needs to get back around his leaders and get that lap back as fast as possible and make up the time of those new tires. So now he's cleared the leaders. He'll now get around that. Now he'll start to pull away pretty quickly here by running his own line. But boy, when you are a lead lap car, that is scary, right? Because those cars on new tires, they're cold tires. Maybe they're a little slicker than what they should be. One false move, one bad move, one ill-advised move, and that could have gone bad really, really quickly. But all's good. Working lap 125 and getting close to that second round of pit stops. I'm just thinking right now, who's going to come down first, or who's going to try and push it? Remember, Cody Johnson went to lap 71. He's back in P12. Derek Heitman's up in P8. He went to lap 68, as did Nate Stewart. So some of these drivers need to push every single lap. Remember, we talked 67 laps per stint. That, we think, is the magical number to cut that extra pit stop off of your strategy.
And right now, the cars up front, you mentioned 60 laps or so, the number that Quentin Warman and Dylan Duval just hit. So 6 laps from now, they're going to be on that magic number and to be due for a trip down to the pit lane as Wilhite continues to pull away from these leaders and Tyler Latterell continues to be up front. I know I mentioned Charlotte, not a multi-groove racetrack like Kansas, but these leaders try to make you think otherwise. I mean, Tyler right on the outside wall there in the center of the corner, very different line to what you saw out of Dylan Duval, who is in the middle of the racetrack, and then on the very bottom, Warman on the stripe. I mentioned that the dirty air is not as bad on the surface as it is in real life, but it is a benefit to getting that car into clean air. You need air to get under your car get to the underbody to make downforce. And you can't do that if you're in the air wake of the car in front of you. So that's why you'll see these drivers pick those different lanes. They need air to get to the nose of their car, because if that back end of the race car is not planted on the racetrack, it is not going to do anything you want it to do.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not. You got to get everything planted and seated just correctly in the spot you want it, in the spot it's comfortable with. And as this run goes on, that's important to talk about, because how aggressive you may be, such as we saw Will Height pushing to get around the leaders, late in this run, you're being probably way more gentle with the throttle. You're getting the throttle later out of the corner. You're trying to move the wheel less and less, because those tires are worn. They are not comfortable. They're not happy, and you have to be super careful with these cars. By the way, Evan, of course, there is a tire limit for these full-length races in NIS, the NASCAR iRacing Series. Plenty of tires on pit road. It is 13 total sets, 12 plus the one you started with. So at the rate we're going, there'll be a lot of unused tires on pit road when the night's over.
Yeah, at that rate, if the race were to go green, you could do 2 full-length iRacing Coke 600s and take 4 tires to fuel every single time you had to come down for service. Now, again, we've yet to see it in this race, but we are a long way from writing it off. The chance of restarts and cautions and strategies, and that is where obviously those tire numbers can begin to dwindle pretty quick. But it is a healthy margin, and there are cars down pit road. You see on the bottom side of your screen, Haughton's down pit road, more drivers in for service. Looks like Paul Hill is in with him as well. Meanwhile, up front, I think pit stops on the horizon, single file it out and get ready, but that is not what is happening, because they are 3 wide up on the outside of the racetrack. Zach Novak making noise from 4th. They are getting aggressive, knowing pit stops are coming soon.
Yeah, that's right. Typically when pit stops are coming, you see them all kind of get single file. They get towards the bottom of the track. They start communicating. 3 wide is not the way you want to pit, so no one's pitting this time by from the front here. Now, the danger, if you are these cars you've already pitted, Evan, right now is what happens if. It's that dangerous what-if game, right? What if our first caution flies? Where do you get stuck? Do you get stuck a lap down? Do you get stuck at the end of a lead lap? Or what happens? And that's the scary part. By the way, there's a lot of smoke in the back of that shot there from one of the cars.
Somebody might have wrecked.
Yeah, that was pretty wild to see. I just caught it at the back of the... there's a second one. Man, lots of drivers burning up those tires coming down pit road.
And here come the race leaders down pit road for a lot of your big names. That was Duval, Latterell, and C in for service. So 3 heavy hitters to pit road. I also can confirm there was a spin on the pit lane entry. It was Joseph. That car went all the way around, so the smoke was the 33 basically ripping it into a burnout to get back facing the right direction. He lost it completely on his own, and because it was contained to the pit lane, there was no caution. So this race stays green, but that's a quick reminder on how fast things can turn around. Quinton Warman, who had assumed the #1 position, he now comes in to pit from the lead, and Zach Novak finds himself out in P1.
Yeah, in the case of Joseph, he'll now be almost hoping for a caution. He needs one now. If you're going to spin that car on pit road, you're going to lose a lot of time, possibly a lap when all is said and done. So that's unfortunate for him. Someone who led this race is someone who's going to have a hard time maybe finding his way to the back of the front.
And now the waiting game continues. Last time, everybody was pretty concise on the pit cycle. First cars pitted about 4 laps ago. And again, all of the leaders hitting the 66, 67 number. Likely going to be down pit road soon. These are the moments, though, where things are probably at their most treacherous. You got slow cars in terms of race pace, right? 20s, 30s on pace, but they're out there on fresh tires trying to pass leaders. It is a high-risk time for mistakes as Omar Diallo hits the pit lane from the #2 position. Nate Stewart in from 3rd. Christopher Hill, he'll come down pit road from 4th. Cody Johnson, P5, he stays out. He'll cycle through to P2.
Yeah, so only a couple cars left here. I think I see Zach Novak, your leader. He just made the call. He'll pit this time by Cody Johnson, who I believe stayed out pretty late last time to lap 71. He's going to try and push it again. So we'll see. There's the spin. By the way, that's Joseph. Oh, he hit the wall, Evan. I thought it was going to be a pure spin, but he clipped that outside pit wall and probably did a lot of damage to that race car.
Yeah, and again, fortunately for him, the pit road wall kept him off of the racetrack. Again, the damage to that car, if there was a lot, is going to be obviously done. He parked it. I think his night is going to be done no matter what. He's gone to the garage. But rescan for the sim without that pit road wall there, that could have been worse. He could have actually ended up sliding off into the grass. Not worse for him because it wouldn't have damaged the car, but he could have ended up either back on the racing surface or in the grass to the point where the sim would throw a yellow, and that would have really messed everybody up. So that pit road containment wall, I'll call it, just for that purpose, and the barrels keeping him off of the racing surface is why this race was able to stay green. Zach Novak has cycled through. He's now back out. And once more, put a bow on a second cycle of green flag pit stops, and Dylan Duval will cycle back through as your race leader. Evan C. has been in the conversation all night long, but maybe at his highest point, now finds himself in P2.
Yeah, doing a great job as that 20 car and having a great run here, trying to see what he can make happen. Lap by lap is just on point with Dylan Duval. And of course, in this session, Evan, those numbers here on the left side of the ticker, that's how people were ranked in the session per their iRating coming into tonight. So in this case, Dylan Duval was the 5th highest iRating in the room. C was the 20th iRating, and on down. So you see right now, that just shows you maybe iRating doesn't mean everything in this scenario. It means that sometimes you can have a great night, you can get up here and race with the best, and have a great time at Charlotte's all night long.
That iRating as well, obviously important. That'll follow you no matter what discipline you drive on the service. And then there are paved oval specific things as well, right? You're rating for this specific type of car, what type of license you have, what your associated safety rating is. And Evan sees somebody who has got experience off of the pavement too. He's a iRacing World of Outlaws Late Model Series champion, but obviously can do it both on and off road because he's been having a great night here tonight. One thing we're seeing right now, that group right there, that's for second on back. Who do you not see here? You don't see Dylan Duval. Last run we were on, the lead pack of 7 were all nose to tail. Right now, Dylan Duval, almost 2 full seconds ahead of P2 on back. We have yet to see this tonight, where the leader through a cycle has been able to really put some space between him and his fellow competitors.
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe the benefit he's getting, I was kind of wondering for a moment about it, like how is he running up there alone in those times? He's not. He's got a couple of cars behind him who are a lap down or more. And so he's still getting that benefit, that small push from the air. Again, it's nowhere near as relevant as it's going to be at, say, a Daytona or a Talladega, but it's going to help a little bit. Without that air, I would think that 2 through 5, C, Latterell, Stewart, Warman, would all catch up here and get a good run at it, but that's not going to be the case here because of that help here. So you're right, for the first time tonight, the leader's got some breakaway time. It's got to give you a bit of a sigh of relief, a bit of relaxing, kind of just not fully let loose, but kind of relax and breathe, knowing that second place is not breathing down your neck.
Yeah, even if it's just for a moment in time, is to not have to worry about what's going on in your mirror, right? Obviously for Duval, you're still going to be pushing the limits on how aggressive you could be for this car to be able to run all the way to the end of the stint without your tires falling off a cliff. But the big thing is the ability to not really have to check your mirror quite as often, right? You don't have to worry about the fact that C or Latterell or somebody else are on your bumper and could surprise you at any moment with a quick dive out of line and, trying to challenge you for position. That's the biggest benefit is, right? He's still going to be running at the same pace, but you don't have to be as concerned about something happening on your bumper at any given moment. Now, he does have a car with him. Clayton Hoffman's kind of latched on. Hoffman is the new lucky dog car. We had been talking about Brandon Evans being the first car lap down for so long. Well, Junsa Lim, Matt Danson, Brandon Evans, and Clayton Hoffman have all found themselves lapped by the leaders through that pit cycle, and it is Clayton Hoffman now the car in the lucky dog spot. So he's latched onto the bumper of your leader, meaning that he would get the lucky dog and the wave around back to the lead lap if we were to see a yellow.
Yeah, you're right. At one point, we talked about there only being one car in that position. That was Brandon Evans, who was a lap down, one lap down. Now there's 2 cars, 1 lap down, and a few cars further down. So as you said, as this race goes on and the pace of the leaders, stays consistent or picks up, that number is going to increase a little bit as the night goes on. So someone in chat asked, and I think it's probably good we talk about, we use this term multi-groove racing a lot. We compare it to Kansas. That's a great place where you see multi-groove racing, Evan. And so to kind of break that down for someone who's maybe newer to iRacing or newer to racing, I guess the best way to describe it and kind of simplifying it maybe a little too much is it means at tracks like Charlotte, there is a line. There's a perfect line to run, so to speak, right? In this case, it's typically up high, down the back straight. It's running down in those corners you see in the bottom of your screen right now. You'll see a couple cars try and kind of buck the trend a little bit, but there is a line. There's maybe not the perfect line, but a preferred line at Kansas or at Charlotte. At Kansas, for example, maybe Vegas is another good one that comes to mind. You can run up and down that track, and it just seems like it's a driver preference, right? It's a very different experience. So here, it's really about finding the perfect groove and getting into it, and that's why we call it a single groove racetrack.
Also, some of these single groove racetracks can see that single groove move depending on the tires, right? You could have brand new tires and you may probably never dare go to the outside lane at Charlotte on good tires because it can stick on the bottom, it can rip around. But as they start to slide, everybody together moves up, and that's more so the tires dictating to where you're running than it is the racetrack. But a place like Kansas, you could see people go to the top side right from the jump. A little bit less extreme, but another example of that you could use, Chicagoland, back when that was on the official calendars, was one that you would see drivers running all over the racetrack early in the runs. So most of the tracks where you see multi-groove racing like that, they're designed for that with progressive banking. That's not the case here at Charlotte. But some tracks do have that, where the bottom of the racetrack is banked less than the top of the racetrack. What that does is it means that the bottom, the shortest way around, has less banking, and therefore less ability for you to carry speed through that corner. Well, the top side, the longer way around, would be, in theory, a shorter or a longer distance, I should say, right? Longer lap times. But you give more banking to the outside, you're able to carry a little bit more speed through the corner on the top, and that progressive banking allows a racetrack with multiple grooves and multiple degrees of banking compared to the bottom and the top to be a little bit more even. So you see it manifests itself in a handful of different ways.
Yeah, it does, and that's why you'll see that happen. Now, as you said, I think the important thing to note here, I was trying to figure out when this would have occurred. I think it's about 2 years ago in iRacing that really this feature came to the service where technically drivers can create new grooves as the night goes on, right? You can put rubber down. That's the term you'll hear across racing. You can kind of rubber in the track. And so if a couple of drivers were to get persistent as this night goes on, Evan, they in theory could create a new groove. They could maybe go up to the middle of the track, up to the top of the track, and kind of ride the wall. For the moment, they would struggle. But as the night goes on, they would continue to rubber in that track, and you'll kind of see it form inside the car. You'll see the track get a hair darker as that rubbers in, and it'll give you better grip and better speed up there. But you do have to be kind of a bit stubborn, maybe a bit persistent if you want that to happen.
Yeah, and with 30 some odd drivers, and iRacing has gone through a couple of different cycles as this battle for P2 continues on. Evan C. using the top side, trying to carry the speed through the corner, but it's going to be Tyler Latterell and Quinton Warman both on the bottom, making the moves. They'll jump to second and third, and C will fall to the number 4 spot. But that iRacing progressive track model, where heat gets added and grip gets added to the track, has evolved over time. That's the other thing when you talk about these pro-level drivers is it's not like once you've got it figured out, you've got it figured out. iRacing goes through 4 different build cycles every year. Cars change, the tracks change, the tires change with those updates and changes and tweaks to the physics. And those are constant things that some of the top-level drivers have to continue to learn year after year. It is not just out of the box, you've mastered this racetrack, you're good for life, and that's why it takes, for a lot of these drivers at the highest levels, the big teams they have, constantly testing things and evolving, because what we're looking at right now, this car, this track, this tire, could be different in 5-10 years as this iRacing Coke 600 rolls into the history books.
Well, in fact, this car and this tire both, I believe, will be a little different in just a few weeks, Evan. We're not that far from our next new iRacing build. In fact, I think last week, iRacing released the most current iRacing developers blog. You can find it on the website or inside the UI, and they talked about new features, right? They talked about some changes to the tire for certain cars, new cars that are getting rain tires, new tracks coming to the service, new cars coming to the service, changes to drafting models for different cars. So iRacing also does an amazing job at communicating what's coming. Sure, there's some surprises in every build, things we really nerd out about when they surprise us and we get stoked about it. It's like a kid opening a present, you know, on Christmas Day. But these blogs go in detail about the changes coming to this update and future updates to iRacing. So please do check those out as well. Go over to iRacing.com and check it out. If you are a member, it's inside the UI, or iRacing, you know, does a great job in your companion app as well, which you can download about iOS and Android, and you can keep up on all the iRacing news.
Yeah, it's very easy to see the new tracks, new cars, and I don't want to say get distracted, right? But you mentioned like the eye candy. You see those things that highlight the builds, and it's easy for those to get all of the attention. But those little tweaks, again, tire model is huge when it comes to the oval tire or the dirt tire. And those are the things that can make the biggest of differences to how these cars drive on the sim. And those are things that are constantly being worked on by the team over at iRacing. All of a sudden, it feels like it got a lot brighter here. Well, that's because the sun, which has been dipping behind the main grandstand here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway, has ducked back out from behind some clouds. We talked about track conditions very early on in this race. You get another look in there. When we were first with you, the outside temperature was 76. It has dipped down slightly to 75, but interesting, the track temperature has gone up. It was 80 degrees at the start of the race. It is 86 now. Why is that? That's because of the cars running on the racetrack, adding rubber to the track, adding heat and temperature into the surface. Hotter the racetrack is, the less grip there is. So this may be the least grippy point that this racetrack will be at. Once that sun is completely gone, and once those outside temps drop, it doesn't matter how hard these cars are trying to keep some temperature in the track. It is going to start to cool off as we get into the evening portion.
And the other thing that can happen right now, as you see this kind of this hue across the track, is that the view can be obstructed, right? Get these drivers in those cockpits, and you come out of certain corners, and that sun can be beating you in the face, whether you're in VR, whether you're in single monitors or triple monitors, and it can be difficult to see what's around you or who's in front of you, or if something happens in front of you, like a spin, that glare can really mess with your perspective on what happens on the track. So just yet another challenge in this long endurance race. It is this oval race here at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Another question from the chat asked about car numbers. And so some of those we can talk about the features of iRacing. While we said the car numbers on our ticker on the left side, those are featured by the iRating of the drivers in the session we are watching here live. But the drivers do get the opportunity to represent different car numbers on their cars if they mean something to them. They can stamp a car number onto their paint specifically. So I think there's been a couple tonight. Typically, we see it more commonly, Evan, in this race specifically, from the Coke Series drivers who will represent their same numbers they represent every other Tuesday night when you're live on the iRacing Esports Network. But you'll see it up and down the different splits of cars who have different numbers than what their iRating represents.
That was one of the biggest kind of fan-centric and driver and user-centric changes that happened a couple of years ago was, you know, once upon a time, if you were assigned this number in the session, that iRacing would stamp, literally put that number on your car no matter what you wanted to do. So a lot of people would, you know, let's say, I think Omar Diallo's got a Chase Elliott paint scheme, right? I think I saw the Chase Elliott colors on Diallo's car up in the number 2 spot. So if he wanted to run a Chase Elliott car, he'd get a paint scheme with the number 9 on it. But in this race, he's assigned the number 3, so iRacing would stamp a number 3 over top of his 9, and it would mess up his paint scheme. So iRacing then gave drivers the ability to put whatever number they want on the car. That really wasn't designed for a purpose of hey, it says Dylan Duvall's the number 5 car, but he's driving the 199. That's not really what it was designed for, but what it was designed for was for drivers to do custom numbers, right? Custom fonts, custom colors, custom positioning. But when you do a race like this that isn't part of a sanctioned series, you'll have drivers running paint schemes that don't match the numbers that you'll see on timing and scoring because, again, those numbers could be any number on any session you join, depending on what other members are trying to race in that time slot.
I think it's a feature, honestly, it's probably one of the features that it's really kind of hot and cold depending upon the member, right? Because it's a cool feature for those who take advantage of it and those who want to represent a certain number. If you're trying to figure out who you're talking to in a race, right? So some of us, when we're talking, say, hey, 24 car, or hey, 12 car, can you hear me? And you're like, wait, which 12 car are you talking to? Like, how many stamped 12s can there be in a race sometimes? You're like, oh, I guess I need to pick out the name or something more specific. So it is a feature that really gave personality to the drivers, which is something I love in iRacing, is that we get to use our paints as tributes and memorials and ways to show off things we're proud of or we care about or that are important to us. But yeah, that's a feature that really came in a few years ago now. That's been well received, well used, especially by the Coke series for branding. It's a feature that I believe started in road racing, right? For those 24-hour road racing events like the Daytona 24, the Spa 24, the Sebring 12, all which are iRacing special events. You could put a special number on your team car, and then eventually that feature migrated over to the oval side.
Yeah, and drivers, predating when we had kind of accepted the move of the numbers, right, up the door on these next-gen cars. When that became the new default position, people would use the ability to use custom numbers to put those numbers back, right, in the center of the door. I think we've reached a point of acceptance where everyone's pretty much, okay with the fact that the numbers have moved. I think it's been there for long enough. I also think that the sim painting community, a lot of talented graphic design artists that do a lot of work here on the sim, mastered that position number change quicker than I saw some of the real-world NASCAR teams master it. In fact, a lot of people who do graphic design for iRacing to paint schemes and some of the teams, they are now working or have been working with some real-life organizations doing paints in the real world. So that is always super cool to see. You're looking at the group for 5th on the back right here. It's Omar Diallo, Nate Stewart, Junso Lim, and Evan C. Lim's been quiet tonight. We have not talked much about that car. Well, those struggles continue for him. Derek, 33rd spot, 2 laps down. Just not the night that Junso would have been hoping for. Off cycle with the leaders. That's why he's passing them.
Yeah, really off cycle, and you're right, not the night he's hoping for. But again, we've brought this word up, endurance, a few times. It's not a word that we really get to use in the oval side too far. But if you are crew chiefing for that car, if you're spotting for that car, heck, if you're just in the Discord with a driver of one of those cars in the back, you have to say, hey, listen, calm down. We're only lap 173 of 400. This is really just kind of, the beginning of the race, weirdly enough. Maybe almost getting close to halfway through the race. And so who knows what happens, right? A couple lucky cautions goes your way, and you're right back involved in this. So you really got to do a great job as a crew chief or a teammate or a spotter of talking a driver through this and motivating them and keeping them kind of up and down the emotion scale at the appropriate times. Keeping it kind of fun and jovial when needed, locking in, getting serious when things get tense. But that's the message you get to give to almost anybody in this race right now, minus a couple of drivers who are out there, is listen, you're 1, maybe 2 laps down. If you're Newman, Hoffman, Jenkins, Evans, Matt Danson, or Lim, this race is far from over.
It's a long way to go, and I know it's easy to look down if you're Junsa 2 laps down, or if you're Newman, Hoffman, Jenkins, Evan, or Danson just a single lap down, that it doesn't look good. But again, this thing's been clean and green to this point. All it takes is one of the near misses that we've had to actually trigger a yellow. You get a couple of cautions, you stay out a few times, you're back on the lead lap, you get some restart chaos. I've seen crazier things happen, drivers being able to dig back. So again, but you've got still over 224 laps to go in this race. You can't count yourself out. And we have had a couple drivers whose nights have ended. I touched on a few, but let's recap some of the drivers who have had struggles in this one. Lars Cheneth Joseph, Derek Heitman, James Houghton, the 4 drivers who have gone to the garage. Their nights have ended. So 4 of the 37 cars who started this race have gone to the garage and retired. That's a pretty good margin, though, of drivers still in this thing. The vast majority of the field still on track. You know, we talk about a couple of topics, Derek, and all of a sudden we're only about 25 laps away from another trip down to the pit lane. And you mentioned earlier the top-level pro drivers are going to practice those green flag pit road entries. That's not something you may not do if you are not somebody who's competing in long events like this. Novak making a move there. That's going to be a pass for second on Quinton Warman. So move Novak up into the runner-up position. But you know, it's very easy for some people who do things more casually, do a little bit more of the hosted racing or league racing, where some of those league races are not long enough to warrant being ready for green flag pit cycles. But those pit road entries, you think it's easy, you think it's self-described, but they can catch you. And in a race like this, where it seems like we're going to have plenty of green flag pit stops, I would argue that green flag pit stop execution may be more important than raw speed in a race where you may have to make so many trips down.
Yeah, this is what really, I think, in a way, mimics real-life racing. Maybe the best is these green flag runs and how important those pit stops are. And, you know, a lot of the practice that goes into those pit stops is simply how far can I push it before I have to be on the brakes. So really, some of the best at it, that's when you see those puffs of smoke come up as they're coming down pit road. It's them literally braking at the last second, trying to get every iota of speed, every ounce of speed. That's mixing my measurements together. But every little oomph of speed, I don't know if oomph of measurement, but we're going to make it one. And they're trying to get everything they can, because you go a little too far and you go from having a great pit stop to about a 40-second stop on pit road where you're being penalized for speeding.
And again, you sit down there for 20, 30 seconds, pit road speeding penalty. That's a lap's worth of time. Right now, there's still 25 cars on the lead lap. Could you imagine working so hard for 180-plus laps to get 5, 6 spots, right? I mean, really grinding out some positions gained, and then you lose 5 times that number because you came down to pit road about 5 miles an hour too fast. I keep seeing, puffs of smoke here and there, and again, it is not all calm on the Western Front. There are drivers having issues, getting into the wall, making mistakes, but nothing has been major enough for iRacing's Barney the Flagman to want to throw a yellow and slow this race down. So we continue at a blistering pace in this 2025 version of iRacing's Coke 600. Dylan Duval's lead starting to slide away. So Tyler Latterell, the latest driver to make a pass onto Quinton Warman. Warman to 4th. Latterell up to 3rd. But since Novak made that move to P2, the gap for the lead was shrinking. Duval was 1.8 seconds ahead when Novak got to 2nd. Well, you see the leaderboard left-hand side of your screen. That thing is about to dip under a second. Novak is closing quickly.
And that 1 second mark, that's about the gap where you start to feel a little bit of air from the car, right? So now Novak's going to get there kind of behind that. He'll get a small boost down these straights. He's going to get a little bit of that boost of that air and that draft, and he'll go a tick faster than Duval, and he'll catch up little by look now it's down to 0.8 of a second. And of course, there's something for the mentality side of this as well, right? As a race car driver, whether you're doing NASCAR, IMSA, IndyCar, or whatever you're doing, when you get close to someone, you get a little amped up, you get a little excited, you start to push a little harder, because now you can see something in your windshield, and you get excited about it. And that's what's happening for Zach Novak there. Now back in P5, here's Evan Say. He's back here fighting with Diallo and Nate S. Stewart and Seth the Merchant back here. And Nate Stewart, I believe, was one of those cars you said throughout the night. It's not all been calm. I've seen Nate kind of get up there and just barely scrub the wall a couple of times. But all is good here in this race. And now we're approaching some slower cars. So maybe there's a little off pace or off cycle. And that got a little hairy.
Variances in the pit stops will grow with each passing one. Again, we've talked a couple times about the outlier, Chris Wilhite. That car has also come down pit road again. So he pitted 3 laps ago. It's the 3rd time to pit road for him. That leads everybody in terms of number of pit stops. So he's been consistently the earliest pitter. Looks like Brad Newman down there on the pit lane also getting serviced. Again, those cars seemingly off cycle with the leaders, now to the point where they're almost a full pit stop off cycle. So they must be going for possibly a 6-stop strategy instead of a 5. Or I guess I should say a 7-stop strategy. No, 6-stop strategy. Had it right the first time, maybe, instead of the 5. We'll see maybe how it plays out. But I think at this point, if Will Height was going to be in a position where I think that strategy would work out, we'd start seeing longer periods of time of that car leading, right? Like middle of pit cycle, Will Height's out in front. And I also like to play the law of averages, Derek. If of 37 cars, if 36 cars say, I'm going to go for splitting this race up into 6s, and one driver says, I'm going to split it up into 7 runs, the law of averages would suggest that the 36 cars probably are making the better call than the 1. That's not to say that I haven't seen some real surprises, but I know it's early to throw the flag in, but I just don't see that strategy for him working out to this point.
Yeah, there's been some past times when, oh, there's a car. Is that Maggie McGuire, I think, in that pink car, maybe moved way to the bottom suddenly. That looked like maybe trying to get off the wall, where that was a wild move down to the bottom there. Did so successfully, but got a little scary for a second. But yeah, you and I have called many races across different formats in iRacing. We've seen, I think, Seth DeMerchant be successful at a couple times where he was pretty much the only car off cycle. And you and I thought, boy, this is never going to work. And somehow at the end of the race, he would be up front and smiling and celebrating that win. So you're right, it can work. The other thing I think about sometimes too, and for drivers who maybe just want familiarity, want consistency, is, listen, if I come into this race and I know, for example, I'm doing 6 stops, some drivers want to say, hey, let's take 400 divided by 6, whatever that number is, I'm pitting every time on that lap number. This way I know how the car behaves, there's no surprises, the car handle is different, there's no nothing. Some drivers want to push it to the very end. Some drivers want to push it to the very last drop of gas is still in that car and just kind of see where it goes. So there's lots of different strategies that play out about how pit stops occur in long races.
And it just so happens that the way the strategy will play out in this is that looking at possible 5 trips down to the pit lane to split this race into 6th, that drivers will be pitting just about right on the money at the halfway point in this race. You're going to want a little bit more than that to get to the number 66, I think, per stint, the magic number. Even for the cars who have stayed out the longest amount, that's going to push you slightly over to about lap 201, 203 or so. But if you make 2 stops in the first half, 1 at halfway, 2 in the back half, 5 pit stops, 6 runs, that's your magic number to be able to get to the end of this race. And it seems like this race is rewarding those on the strategy play, with Zach Novak in the number 7 as the new race leader in this one, having to be able to chase down Duval. It's really the first time we've seen Novak excel on the long run. Remember that valiant charge he made, 25th to 4th or something in the first 40 laps, really fell off. We talked about drivers learning lessons. Zach has clearly learned his. He was one of the cars struggling the most at the end of stint number 1. And right now, he may be the fastest man in Dodge at the end here of stint number 3.
Yeah, doing a great job as Zach Novak's got a bit of a lead over this battle right here for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. This is Latterell, Duval, and Evan Say, and they're fighting hard. They're pretending like we're maybe lap 394 instead of 194. They're battling side by side, top groove, bottom groove, trying to make everything happen here at this moment in time and trying to get in the best position they can. And of course, we see Zach Novak up front. You hinted early in the race he was plus 20 on the board, then kind of struggled and now has found his way to the front. Of course, no surprise knowing Zach. You know, I talked earlier, of course, he's a former eNASCAR champion, had success multiple times. And so it's not a surprise to see Zach up front by any means, but it's sort of only a surprise because of how that car felt was behaving maybe 60, 70 laps ago.
The one thing I'm, taking a look at the chat and talking about running it, till it sputters, right? Trying to get all the gas out of it you can. There are some drivers who like to, live on the edge, Derek, and they'll literally, the sim will give you much more detailed fuel information than what you get in real life, right? In real life, you have to fill the car up with a gas can, weigh it, make some math, right? Try to figure out how much gas is in the car. On the sim, it'll tell you, right, as the driver. You may have to guess about your competitors, but the sim's going to tell you an exact number of how many gallons are in the car. It's also going to give you an estimated, laps remaining. Some drivers will wait until they're down to under a lap of fuel and then come down pit road. I have seen that bite people, though, as we've got more pit stops with Dallas Pataska down and in this time, and looks like Justin Smith coming to pit road, also Daniel Nanian. But I've seen some drivers do that, make some sort of a big mistake trying to enter pit road, and then they don't have enough fuel to come back around and try again, and they sputter and run out of fuel on a failed trip down to the pit lane. Now, obviously, the plan is to just not miss the pit road entry, but a lot of drivers will pit with a lap to buffer because you never know. What if a lap car, right, gets in your way? Or what if somebody spins out on the pit road entry and you got to swerve out of pit road to avoid them? I would never want to come down pit road with less than 1 lap of estimated fuel in it for those reasons.
Well, the other side of that is what happens what if a caution comes out when you're at 1 to go, right? What if a caution comes out when you're 1 lap to go? NASCAR in real life or in sim does not have any kind of precautions that allows you to get on pit road early. You'll eat a penalty for doing that. So I get nervous for that reason, right? Because if I'm 1 lap to go and all of a sudden a wreck happens and caution comes out, I have to try to kind of, feather that thing around for a couple of laps until pit road opens. So I'm with you for that. But I think the other mistake that happens across iRacing, Evan, iRacing has a fuel calculator that will tell you how much fuel you need, how many laps are left. You hinted to that. But some drivers, I think, don't understand fully how that system works. And what I mean by that is it takes an average of how you're running right now. So let's assume, for example, right now, we see cars on track who are behind someone. They've been drafting, say, for 20, 30, 40 laps. Your fuel estimate is based upon the fuel burn you're doing in the draft. Now, listen, if you decide to pass someone, if you decide to get out of that draft, if you were someone to throw the hammer down and get around someone, the fuel estimate is different. And some drivers don't account for that, and therefore they run themselves out of gas that way because they don't realize, hey, if you decide to get out of draft or if you decide to throw the hammer down and go full throttle to 80% throttle, that's going to mess with the fuel numbers. So sometimes we'll see drivers get caught up on the fuel calculations that way as well because they change how they're driving on track.
Cars into pit lane. Tyler Latterell, Evan C. down pit road this time. Mario Miranda, you got Clayton Hoffman, Matthew O'Brien, John Jenkins also all down to the pit lane. Zach Novak was one of the cars who pitted kind of smack dab in the middle of this. He is on some of the newest tires, so he pitted later than several of the cars around him, but it wasn't to any crazy extreme, so I'm not shocked that Novak is still staying out. Again, he's only been out there for 64 laps. You would expect him to stay out about another 3 as that group of 5 comes off. So Novak's still your leader as we wait on the top 8 cars to come down pit road.
Yeah, so last few cars to do it here on track will be, as you said, Novak, Diallo, Stewart, and others. So they're going to try and push it and see what they can get out of it. And again, there's a couple scenarios happening here. Either drivers are trying to push that number to see if they can maybe cut a pit stop off. And hey, listen, even if you're down to 5 pit stops, every extra lap you're doing now is maybe a little less fuel you need at the end of this race. And so now maybe for random numbers, instead of 10 seconds of fuel, maybe only 8.8 seconds of fuel. What does that extra 1.2 seconds mean on pit road? A lot on track if it comes down to a fuel mileage race. And so, oh, there's a car. That was that Matt Danson, I think, is on the bottom screen, locked it up coming down pit road there. So you see still pit road is an exciting place on the entry line based on how drivers are getting down there. Ooh, there's a wiggle.
Yeah, and a lot of smoke, and then somebody else hitting the apron as well. It's tricky because ideally you cannot just turn that car onto the flat of the apron and slam the brakes at speed. That's just not how that works. So you do need to do some slowing down on the racing surface. And that's why I say this is one of the treacherous moments of this race, is because if you are not aware of the text chat or the voice chat and paying attention to what's happening in front of you, you could be ripping out of 4, getting back onto the throttle, and the car in front of you could be punching on the brakes because it's got to get down pit road. And that is what makes green flag pit cycles so dicey. You saw the shot there. Novak and Johnson in, Christopher Hill, Omar Diallo, Brandon Evans, they're all in this time. That will put a bow tie on the cycle of pit service, and your net race leader is that man right there, Dylan Duval. Net leader because he hasn't passed them for the race lead yet. He will, though. Novak just now cycling off pit lane. You'll see the two car on the apron as that live picture on the bottom right, the leaders at speed. They're going to pass Novak as they come off the exit at turn number 2. And now the speed advantage flips once more. Track position to Duval, better tires to Novak. It is a 6-lap difference on tires. We'll see if Novak can work that advantage and try to get back up front like he did on the previous run.
Let's come back to a topic you and I had all night long, practicing pit stops. You saw the alert come up on screen in the middle of Omar Diallo's stop, black flag on pit road. So here it is, pit road speed limit, 45 miles an hour. That's where you have to be by the yellow cone. Omar Diallo, 59. So more than a little bit over, had it locked up, trying to get it down. 14 miles an hour over, a multi-second stop and hold after his pit stop. That would be detrimental to his race.
So with that, 3 pit stops down, and on the last cycle, we were talking about the advantage for Dylan Duval. He had opened it up to, I think it was about 1.3 seconds off of pit road. It had ballooned to almost 2 at its largest margin before later on in the race it started to get reeled back in. My bias would tell me that with every pit stop, Derek, we're going to spread out more and more, but the opposite has happened in this battle for first because Duval, Lateral, C, and Warman are absolutely all over each other in first, second, third, and fourth, tighter than they've been in quite some time.
Yeah, you're right. I was thinking this is first time, maybe I don't know how many laps, 100 laps or so we've seen this close of a battle for the lead. 4 cars really in line with one another. Look at this, all of them tucked in within a tenth of a second. I mean, that's incredible to see everyone that close together. So I guess 4/10 of a second back from first to fourth. And they're having a good time. They're just trying to turn in some laps, having some fun, and just waiting for the lights to turn on here at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
Well, as the cycle of pit service has completed for those who are on the popular strategy, it means that 3 pit stops are done. 2 pit stops may be left to go from this point on to get the distance. Again, the only driver, the question mark would be Chris Wilhite and Brad Newman. They may still require 3 trips down to the pit lane by going for the shorter stints. But that pit stop in the rearview mirror, and we are now past halfway home in this iRacing Coke 600. A handful of drivers have had cracks at the lead. This top 4 is a decent enough summary of a lot of things we've been talking about with Duval, Lateral, C, and Warman. But things to look for on this run. Novak at 5th. He's got the freshest tires out of most cars on track. He wants to get up and into the conversation. Your pole sitter, of course, Quinton Warman, hasn't made a lot of noise, but he's there in P4. I think he's playing the long game in this one, Derek. Not stressing about leading laps, just wants to be there to be a part of the conversation when it matters the most. So we've seen a lot from drivers who started up front to started in the rear. The cream has risen to the top in this ultra-competitive Coke 600, and there is still half the race to go. We are not even close to being done.
No, we're not. But I think the good news for the drivers, for some drivers at least, is now you get to count down, right? While we see the ticker at the top of our screen, lap 212 of 400, within the cars, within iRacing, there's a screen you can view that starts counting down how many laps are left in this race. And it's great when that number is decreasing. You know, it's now falling back down, if you will. And it's sort of a motivator. You're like, oh, man, okay, we're there. We're making it, right? It's like anything in life, whether you're running laps, whether you're swimming laps, whether you're whatever you're doing, when you get to those final moments and you're counting down whatever's left, you're like, okay, I got this now. Like, I'm there. I can feel it. And so that's got to be a great boost of motivation for these cars. Look at this now. There's 2 more cars up top who are trying to pass their way on around, and are going to. Now, these are not for the lead. These are lap down cars trying to get around the field, trying to get a lap back, and they just powered their way around the top of this track.
We talked about the multiple grooves. Well, these drivers are getting creative and they are getting aggressive. Not only is the lead close, but how about all of this lap traffic in the midst of this also? O'Brien, Stewart, you've got Matt Danson, Clayton Hoffman. It is an absolute ripper right now for the drivers up front. But we've passed the halfway point, so we'll take a quick opportunity to step aside and let the sights and sounds of Charlotte Motor Speedway speak for themselves. This is RaceSpot TV Fan Immersion. live at iRacing's virtual Charlotte Motor Speedway as this special presentation of RaceSpotTV on the iRacing Esports Network continues. It is the 2025 iRacing Coke 600. And wrapping the year stayed with us late into the night here virtually in Concord, North Carolina. Our producer downstairs is Ramiro Cisneros, Derek Watson, and myself, Evan Pasoko, in the RaceSpotTV broadcast booth. And well, we stepped aside, had the opportunity to go on board there with Dylan Duval. And because this race has been green, Derek, we've spent a lot of time talking about fuel numbers and strategy, and those observant members of the Twitch chat picked up on the fuel saving going on by these drivers during the green flag runs.
Yeah, they noticed not only was he lifting in the corners and feathering the throttle, they noticed maybe some uses of the clutch, they thought, where he was trying to get that car just to save every bit of fuel he can. So some really observant members of our Twitch chat caught that as we had stepped away for a moment. So we'll see if Dylan Duval can do the right things all night long and find himself in victory circle. That's a great way to do it, though. That fuel saving can mean a lot here. Currently running back in P5, and right now it's got Stewart, Warman, Latterell, and Zach Novak ahead of him.
And that gap is at, again, a position where Zach Novak has continued to march through the field. We expected him to be out in this #1 position based on where he started for the pit cycle, one of the first cars to come down. So he is, or sorry, one of the later cars to come down, so on the freshest of tires. Therefore, cycling through, no surprise that of those leaders, Dylan Duval was the first driver to come down the road, therefore the oldest tires, and therefore, as this run has continued to progress, finds himself in the furthest back position amongst this lead group of cars. There are still 23 drivers of the 37 who started this race scored on the lead lap, and nobody else has gone to the garage since we did our last check-in. Still 33 total drivers on the racetrack. Only Houghton, Heitman, Joseph, and Cheneth, the drivers who have gone to the garage thus far here in Charlotte. But you look left, you look right. I mean, there are battles all over the racetrack. The most compelling one that you're looking at right now is amongst cars at the tail end of the lead lap. Brad Newman, J.R. Borborema, Chris Wilhite, some of the drivers that are in front of Tyler Latterell, and that your race leader, Zach Novak, is unwittingly kind of a part of this group as he tries to get by all of them.
Yeah, and this group can either be a big benefit or a hindrance to Novak, right? He's either going to do one of two things. Either he's going to get around them, and they can help him by kind of inadvertently blocking Latterell, or they're going to slow up Zach Novak so much that he's going to basically throw away that lead, and Latterell will be up behind him battling once they get around these cars. By the way, something else here, the Eagle Eye viewers may have noticed, we hinted it was going to happen all night long. The lights are on. You can see them kind of beaming off the sides of the cars and the top of the cars that go through the corners. The lights have come on at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
We are officially racing under the lights. You got a quick glance there at the track conditions. Track temp has ticked down about a degree since we last checked in. The outside temp holding steady for the moment at 75, but you see a little bit of sunlight still as the sun is ducked below the horizon. Other than that, nothing too crazy going on weather-wise. 75% relative humidity, winds kind of steady, 8 miles an hour, mostly cloudy conditions. We did see the sun get behind the clouds for about 50 to 100 laps at one point. I don't think that played much of a factor in track conditions because the sun was already setting, but if this was a hot afternoon race, I think that sun going behind the clouds would have been much bigger of a storyline. But again, that big story to follow is how is this racetrack going to handle on lap 1 compared to lap number 400 as you get a split look at your race leader, Zach Novak, up at the front of the field. And the ongoing battle for 4th out of back, Evan sees in that spot, but Nate Stewart, Dylan Duval, hot on his heels.
Yeah, he really is hot on his heels, isn't he? And again, as you talked about, for a long time in this race when it really felt like the leader had checked out, so to speak, and maybe not, that far ahead, only a second, maybe 2 seconds, but right now, look at it, it's 0.2 of a second from first to second. And as you said, Nate Stewart to Dylan Duval is right there, another 1/10 of a second. So there's some great battles. So Bobby Zielinski, by the way, up to P7. Look at that set, the Merchant right behind him. Bobby, someone remember, he started on pit road. He did not want to start in the middle of this field. And honestly, shout out to Bobby Zielinski. Typically, if you start on pit road in a race like this that goes green for 236 laps, one would expect you to be a lap down, Evan. One would think you typically, maybe that's a super speedway mentality, but typically if you start in pit road, behind the field, it's hard to think that you're up at P7, 237 laps in.
Good on board look there with Dylan Duval is a big block on corner exit by Nate Stewart. Saw the run coming. Duval crosses under in the battle for the number 5 spot. Getting aggressive through on the bottom. Duval gets the position. Nate Stewart not going to go down without a fight, though. Those two drivers very familiar with one another as some of the top-level competitors and drivers who both compete in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. Up front, Latterell has been maybe the surprise of this stint for me in the battle for P1. We anticipated Novak to walk through the field. Not to suggest it was easy, right? But he did have the tire advantage. And when you're talking about the top-level talent that is in this top split race, 4 laps, better tires is a big deal. But Tyler Latterell's on the older tires. I mean, he should be the one that is falling back from Novak. He's done a good job of keeping Novak pretty close. It's hovering around 0.4 of a second. I don't know if Tyler's got enough saved up there to actually make a go at Zach on this run, but look how much better he has fared over somebody like a Duval, who was the leader when the pit cycle concluded, but on his older tires has found himself more than 3 seconds off of P1.
Yeah, Dylan Duval is someone who's been up and down the field all night long, so I don't want to write him off or say anything about that car, because who knows where he could end up here in a few laps, or 10, 15, 20 laps at this point here. So we'll wait and see that. But we talked about Charlotte a little bit. Probably a time to sit back and talk about the track itself. A very historic track. Is maybe one of the ovals that really hasn't gone through that many changes as far as the layout of the oval itself, Evan. But of course, what's it been now? Maybe, I don't know, 7, 8 years ago at this point, the Roval was introduced in the fall race. We gave up the Bank of America 400 on the NASCAR schedule, and we went racing on the Roval. And that's a track that has its lovers and its detractors. There's people who are very happy it's on the schedule, maybe some drivers and some fans who are not very happy it's on that schedule. As we see now, different battles happen in battle for first, the battle for fourth, top and bottom of your screen. And I bring this topic up to say, of course, if you're new to iRacing, iRacing has multiple classes of racing. Evan talked about there being paved oval like NASCAR. There's IndyCar, there's IMSA, there's dirt racing, World of Outlaws, and many different disciplines of racing. But I come back to that talk about Bobby Zielinski back in P7. He is probably one of the best road course racers of those drivers who are, at that pro level, at that eNASCAR level. And so Bobby Zielinski, loves this track on the Roval side. I mean, you and I have both seen drivers, tweet at him saying, "Hey, Bobby, the road course race was moved tomorrow. Don't show up," because they're so scared of Bobby on the road courses. So I'm happy to see Bobby Zielinski back up to 7th again, doing a great job here. But I think he'd probably rather be racing on the Roval.
Yeah, Bobby, not all that long ago, and even still to this point, I think you go to a road course race, you've got to consider him as a threat. But it was not that long ago where it was a lock-in that Bobby Zielinski would, win every single road course race. And now, he's only won, this is sarcastic, by the way, 4 of the last 5 in the Coke Series, right? So only won 4 of the last 5. Bobby, that's his specialty, right? He found success, kind of late 2019. We went on a tear, and at one point, I think, won like 6 or 7 in a row. He is still the guy to beat. But he's got almost these days, just as competitive average finish-wise on the ovals as he is on those road course races. But if this was a Roval race and it was 400 miles, I don't want to know how many laps ahead of the rest of the field Bobby Zielinski would be. And then you get other names, right? Like Kerwin is somebody else who's not in this race in particular, but races with Bobby in the Coke Series, who does other pro-level racing on the sim outside of just NASCAR. You would not see that 10 years ago, right? You wouldn't see an Alfala or somebody, you know, competing in the Coke Series and then also competing in the iRacing Grand Prix World Championship. Right? It just wasn't the way it was, and that's mainly due to where NASCAR was schedule-wise. They didn't have a ton of road courses. You went to Sonoma, you went to Watkins Glen, that was it. So on the sim, you got maybe one of them on the calendar. But nowadays, so many races of the Cup Series calendar, nearly a sixth of them are road course races. So you get 2 or 3 of them on the sim. You need to be a much more well-rounded driver, not just on oval, not just on a road course, but in other cars too, right? Just general experience helps you a lot more for modern NASCAR than it did 10 years ago.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting, you hinted at it, but I want to point it out both for Bobby Zielinski and even for Casey Kerwin, both. It's a grind, and I mean that positive way. Getting your pro license in one discipline of iRacing is a challenge. It's not easy. There's lots of work, lots of time, lots of practice, lots of racing to get there. Bobby Zielinski has at least 2 pro-level licenses. The last I looked has 1 in oval, 1 in road. So, I mean, that is double the work that Bobby Zielinski has done here across the service. And an amazing, amazing driver. But other things about this track I've learned in the past few days, Evan. Of course, remember, you know, for a 10-year span, this track was sponsored by Lowe's. We called it Lowe's Motor Speedway back, I think it was 99 to 2009. But the most surprising thing I learned that I didn't know, back when there was talks of bringing a football team to Carolina before it happened back in the early to mid-90s, there was talks of building a football field in the infield of this track to try to lure an NFL team to Carolina, to North Carolina specifically. That's wild to think about, that at one point there could have been a permanent football field inside this racetrack that would have existed to try to host NFL games.
And now, you know, NASCAR tracks, you talk about how they intersect with other sports. Is I just saw 3 cars hit the wall on the exit at turn number 2. Nothing to be concerned about. That just seems to be the line that drivers are running, is a little bit of wall contact never hurts you. But, you know, not only is the racing more diverse, but these facilities are more diverse now. You know, I've been to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway for Red Bull Air Racing. I've not been to the Las Vegas Motor Speedway for EDC, but, you know, an EDM music festival's there. So the racetracks themselves, quite diverse and kind of how they intersect with other sports. You talk about the baseball game going on at Bristol, and, you know, how that venue has played host to many things. There was a monster truck event at Bristol not that long ago also.
Yeah, there was a college football game. University of Tennessee hosted at Bristol. In many tracks, Charlotte's one of them. I think Texas is another. You know, we often talk about them being racetracks, right? But as you said, they host concerts, they host festivals. During the winter, a lot of tracks host even like Christmas light drive-through events, where you kind of bring your own just streetcar in and you can drive through certain parts of the track in the infield and kind of just drive through this beautiful, immersive Christmas light experience, or holiday light experience, if you will. And so lots happened. Of course, racetracks were used for multiple things, you know, during that COVID era. Charlotte was used as a host site for graduations, for high school graduations in open air. Different racetracks were used as just different high schools because of the spacing. And so these tracks get used for lots and lots of things and lots of amazing stuff. I mean, you know, different movies get filmed here, TV shows get filmed here, and so it really is just an incredible facility top to bottom.
Fourth position, enjoying this smooth version of the Charlotte Motor Speedway again, with iRacing repaved or rescanned this racetrack. Wasn't just on a whim or for fun, but the surface itself was newer than what the existing scan on the sim was, and that's why it is one of the smoother racetracks on the calendar. Sometimes it's a good thing for racing because drivers can put the car where they want it to and have a reasonable expectation that it's going to go where they want the car to go. Same can't be said for some of the more worn out tracks. You think of the bump that everybody complains about at modern Texas. Vegas as well has got some bumps, but that track a little bit more multi-groove with the variable banking and seems to suck it up a little bit better. But again, here at Charlotte, it's basically the definition of NASCAR. You think of NASCAR is pretty quintessential. This or Daytona, probably the two first tracks that would jump to your mind. It's about as as standard as you can get, and it means that it will allow these drivers to reach back on years of experience. As Diallo down to pit road, it's a short stint at 49 laps for Omar Diallo, and that car is stationary in the box after getting lefts and rights on, so Diallo must be pitting off cycle. There's some visible right front damage on the car. Curious if he got a black flag requiring him to fix it, or Derek, maybe the damage on the car was slowing him down to the point where he is going to decide to end this race.
Yeah, it's definitely not the first. I went ahead and checked the timing and scoring. I do not see any kind of black flag, or what you and I would refer to as a meatball flag, which is the black flag with the orange dot in the middle saying he has to fix any repairs. So it definitely is maybe something that he either is trying a different strategy, or he wanted to get some repairs fixed that he thought was this kind of hindering the car more than just staying out. So yeah, we'll try to keep an eye on that. But I was very surprised when that screen popped up. I was doing math in my head, and I was like, that's not right. We're only about 40 laps since our last set of pit stops for some drivers. So very interesting to see that happening here on track. Back here, this is 4th and 5th. This is Nate Stewart and Dylan Duval, and they're batting top and bottom of the track here. And I think Stewart's going to get by there. Almost scrubbed the wall again.
Yeah, every lap. I mean, it's so challenging for a 400 lap contest to not have the urge and just kind of mail in a couple of laps, right? To not push it, to not go for the optimal lap. But there's not a single trip around this racetrack where these drivers aren't using every foot that they have to work with. The onboard perspectives give us the ability to listen in to what the drivers are doing on the throttle. That gives additional insight into what these drivers are doing to try to conserve fuel to be able to make the numbers that they have to in order for their strategy to work. And that, I think, may be the most impressive thing for me, because to an extent, I think, Derek, anybody could go out there and with enough time get an okay lap time in at this racetrack, right? Especially with these cars, the lesser horsepower. Back in the day, Cup car, you might not be able to make a full lap without wrecking it unless you had some serious seat time. They're more accessible now, and I think most people, given the time on the sim, right, you're familiar with it, you're not starting from scratch, could probably get a lap time within a second or so of a decent qualifying time. But what you can't figure out in a month, maybe even in a year, 5 years, is what these drivers are doing on a long run. And that is that ability to somehow, in their world, run safe laps that are on the ragged edge, using every inch of the racetrack, saving fuel, doing calculations, racing against other cars, deciding pit strategy, and doing that for, if the race goes green, 4 consecutive hours nonstop.
Well, and I think what makes it different is, and I think what we forget is, a lot of times we're seeing more pit stops happen here, by the way. A lot of times, it's not just this driver doing it, right? We talked about, we're going to bring it back to eNASCAR for a second, but it's not just eNASCAR. There's a lot of top-level teams. There's Lockdown Racing, there's Dead Zone, there's multiple other teams out there. And for one driver to be successful, there's an old, analogy. It takes a village to raise a child, and that's sort of true in sim racing. While we may see, for example, a Dylan Duval, a Nate Stewart, a Zach Novak be successful, for every one driver, there's a team behind him. Yes, Novak may go out and turn hundreds or thousands of laps at a track to get a setup correct. There's setup builders. There's other practice drivers giving telemetry and feedback. There's crew chiefs. There's spotters. And everyone is working to find every little nook and cranny of information they can find that makes something better. And what makes you better is going out and turning 100 laps and changing one little thing, one little tick of a setting, and doing it again and learning what it does for you. And that's where it falls off. And that's maybe not something everyone has time for. Maybe not everyone has patience for. You just want to get and run a fixed setup. I respect that. But that's what makes it different for some of these drivers, is the time that not only they put in, but that their teams put in to helping them find success.
Battle for Fourth continues to put on a show. You're not missing anything up front. Novak's still your leader, and Latterell has slipped back a little bit since we last checked in. It was about 0.4 of a second it has grown to 1.1. So Novak again showing that on the long run, he has been the better car on the last couple of laps consecutively. Evan C is in a bit of no man's land in third. He's 2.5 seconds behind the leaders, and he is 3 seconds ahead of this battle, which is the fight that keeps on giving. Nate Stewart, Dylan Duvall, plus lap traffic in Junso Lim. That's the white Toyota on the outside of the racetrack with the black bumper. That number 79 branded car, not part of this battle, but is going to make things difficult for the cars that are. Duvall, without those lapped cars, is going to go all the way to the outside wall on that corner exit. Can't do it when those lapped cars on better tires are coming through. Look at Pataska, 3 wide through the middle, now slicing under Stewart. He's got to get on moving. And again, they're running their own race, but those lapped cars are hurting right now Duvall's ability to try to make a pass on Nate Stewart.
And this is where you really got to have some patience and some awareness on both sides, right? Because now Dylan Duvall is going to back out. Dylan Duvall has just announced he's pitting this time, so he's going to back out of that. But to finish that point, listen, if you're Dylan Duvall and Nate Stewart, you've got to respect those guys are on new tires. And you've got to say, hey, listen, they're not being difficult. They're just racing what they should be doing. But if you are Dallas Pataska or someone else on new sets of tires, you have to be respectful of the guys around you. The last thing you want to do is somehow accidentally affect the race for the lead lap. And so there's a way to race as a lap down car that is fast but respectful and making sure you're not upsetting your fellow competitors.
Well, the radios start to come to life because it is that time again. Pit stops on the horizon, and Dylan Duvall, Tyler Latterell, Dylan Banks, JR Borborema, Evan C., and more are down pit road. Again, we expect Novak, the leader, to stay out about 4 to 5 laps longer. That's what he's been doing the last couple of runs in a row. Stay out later, but caution for the first time in this race. The yellow flag is out. Several top contending cars had just come down to pit road for service. And as the saying goes, this changes everything. It is a brand new ball game in Charlotte.
Well, 270 laps. Let's start here before we see the replay. Everyone in this race, give yourself a round of applause. Let me stop here and say that. You went 270 out of 400 laps green flag racing. That is incredible. Everyone in the chat should be happy and applauding and cheering them on, because that is a skill that we love to see in the world of sim racing. Now we'll wait and see what the caution was and what brought it out, and we'll see what effects this has on the field. Who's a lap down, who's not, who's back in the field, who's not. But boy, oh boy, this will change a lot.
And we'll wait to get a look. Tyler Latterell, I believe, the cause of the caution flag, wrecked leaving pit road. We'll analyze that in a moment, but here come pit stops. It's a bit of a split beast here. Number one, obviously, it's bad because a lot of cars just pitted, Derek. They're going to be stuck a lap down. They're going to have to get a wave around here. They should all be able to get back to the lead lap for the most part, so maybe more of an inconvenience than anything else. We'll see if anybody is trapped a lap down or not. But all the lead lap cars who had yet to pit are in. So Stewart, DeMerchant, Zelensky, Hill, Novak, and Johnson, they're all down pit road. Here's the look for Latterell. He was one of the cars who had pitted. I talked about that apron that you have to run around to get up to speed. Gave it a little bit too much. The right side tires hit the transition. That car spins. And he collects another one. The innocent victim in all of that.
Yeah, that was a brutal hit. You're right. It's got a couple tires up on that area. And when those are cold tires, that's a bumpy surface down there. It's just a little bit of banking. It's more difficult than it probably looks or should be down there. And that, unfortunately, did spin it all around. Well, here's the leaders coming off of pit road. Now, as you hinted, there's a bunch of cars ahead. That's okay. These are cars that have already pitted and are going to try and get a wave around. They're going to go around the pace car. Whether that puts them maybe back on the lead lap or just gets them, one lap ahead of where they were. There's a good number of cars that are in that position. So when we get 1 to green, the 2 car, as it's painted there on your screen, will be the car that will move on around and assume the lead.
Now, the part that makes this not quite so controversial or if it goes green, is that we were at the fuel number anyways. So if this caution came out 30 laps ago in a position where cars could not make it to the end of the race if they continued their pit cycle, that's a bit of a different story, right? Then it's a wide open strategy. I don't think that is what this is. Yes, there are cars that are going to be stuck a lap down, fast race cars at that. But in the end, everybody was going to be pitting anyway. So the challenge here is certainly the cars who lose their lead lap status. For the cars who stay on the lead lap, this honestly doesn't change a ton, Derek. They still have one pit stop to go to the end, and if it goes green from here to the end, they can still do it with one stop. That part of the strategy does not change. But look how few cars there are because everybody else is getting the wave around, and there it is. The lights have to go back on top of the pace car because not everybody was going to make it back to the field in time.
So, yeah, that I noticed as well. But I was going to say, what's good news here in a way for Evan, say, Patrick Gitter, Quentin Warman, Brad Newman, is they were the cars that were coming around on the lead lap, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, or 8th, 9th, 10th on back. They just pitted. Now, typically in a caution scenario, what would happen to those guys who just pitted is they'd be stuck at the back of the field. But because we were so far into pit cycles, they're not really stuck, right? Typically, if this had been the beginning of the pit cycle, but this is going to be Nicholas Roman. This is that car that's going to get hit. Oh, just nowhere to go. But they could have easily been stuck at the back of the pack, right? But they're going to get back up there in 8th place with brand new tires. So this is going to be an even race. Well, Evan, here we are. So now I'm starting to think as a driver and that driver mentality. We're lap 273. And let's talk about the other challenges of this race real quick. The personal challenges, how it eats at you a little bit, right? You've been in your seat for 273 laps. We're now about 2.5 hours into this race. You've been sitting in that seat. Maybe it's comfortable, maybe it's not. You know, you try not to drink too much. Maybe you get thirsty, but of course, there's not really any time for that inevitable bathroom break. If you get a lot of water in you, you get a little sore, you get a little stiff. Maybe you're hungry. You know, maybe you're a West Coaster and this race started at 6 o'clock. There's a lot of mental challenges that come into this race. It's not just the racing. It's not just the wheel and the pedals and the other drivers. It's really almost about, like, I don't want to say defeating yourself. That's probably overstating it. But fighting yourself to kind of keep yourself in your headspace locked in for the next 120-some laps.
And there's two ways this can go. This field has shown incredible ability to go green for more than 260 laps. Does it go green? Do we get a green flag pit stop to the end of the race? Or is it going to be one wild night in Charlotte? We're about to find out. It's the first restart of the race with lap 273 going to the wayside. Green flag back in the air. Zach Novak in control. Leads us through the gears to turn 1.
Back up here quickly to full throttle. Going to get there as fast as they can. See the field now coming up out of turns 1 and 2. Novak moves to the top. Wants to control that lane and help kind of quash any runs coming off of it here. They'll now move back down to the turns, the bottom of the turns of 3 and 4. And he will lead this lap at Charlotte Motor Speedway.
And now at full song, Novak, Zelensky to Merchant, Stewart, Hill, your top 5. Handful of these drivers were not cycled out of this race, but were likely cycled out of the battle for the win just based on margins. Many of them 6+ seconds off of the lead. Would have been awfully difficult to make up those margins under green, but with the yellow, getting everybody back into it. Who has a second chance at life? There are 13 cars on the lead lap as we run right now. Novak still leads, some side by side in the midfield, but your top 7 surprisingly patient. Who's going to be the first person to make a move?
Well, now we got to start to think about for a few laps at least. Is not that first caution happened. There's that phrase that maybe we overuse of cautions breed cautions. But if that starts happening, you want to be up front. Well, so does Bobby Zelensky, because there he goes to the front. The man who started on pit road, started dead last effectively in this race, is now first in this race.
What a charge for Bobby Zelensky into the number 1 position. Merchant picks up the number 2 spot. How bad is this sequence going to be for Novak? He quickly became the car who succeeded on the long run after being an early run car at the start of the race. What do you do as that too? Do you split the difference? Can you be aggressive early and late? Or do you have to hope that the lessons you learned on the last 2 stints can come to fruition? Does Novak have to lay down a little bit here, conserve his car, and hope that it can shine late in the run like it had done previously? Stewart's by, he's to 3rd. Hill's by, he's to 4th. Zach Novak has gone from the race leader to the number 5 car in only 3 laps.
Man, remember we talked about early in this race, we said when the lights come on, things are going to change. Look at the top 5. Zielinski, DeMerchant, Stewart, Hill, Novak, Johnson up at P6 even. This is a very different top 6 than when we started the night. So this just goes to show you some drivers love day racing, some love night racing, some love short runs, some love long runs, and somehow it all seems to merge together in these last bit of laps.
And one driver trying to go to the outside to make a bit of a splash. First time we've seen that of the cars inside of the top 10. Not working out, though. They'll all fight to get back down single file. That's Jacob Wilkerson. He's a car that got stuck a lap down, but he is going to fight just as aggressively as everybody else because the chances of further yellows goes way up once you get one. And for all the cars who are stuck a lap down, Wilkerson currently in the lucky dog spot in 14th position. So he is at a spot where he needs to be aggressive. And that's Johnson on the bottom. You're on board with Cody Johnson. Those cars making moves on him. Lapped cars to the outside. J.R. Borborema now around Wilkerson. Borborema up top now in the lucky dog spot. So 2 fights, 1 pack.
By the way, as we ride on board with Cody Johnson, my thoughts are that Cody Johnson is really probably the driver who really was hurt the most by that caution. He was a driver who was pushing 70, 71 laps per pit stop. He was hoping this went to fuel mileage. He was hoping to have to be able to use that advantage of driving all those laps and what he could pull off here. So by that caution, kind of leveling the field, it kind of threw away everything he had spent the last 2+ hours working on. So now here he rides back in P6. It's a brand new race for him. He's level with the field and just trying to see what he can make of it here in this race.
And everything that has happened earlier in the race, you take some of the lessons learned, but it doesn't matter where you started this race. Once upon a time, wipe that off the sheet. All that matters is these final 120 laps to decide a race winner for the iRacing Coke 600. Zielinski pulls a little bit of an advantage, make it 2 car lengths for the lead. Christopher Hill, 4th on track, 5th in line though, because Borborema's got in front of him. He's trying to get around JR. JR, the higher line, that's the red and black car. Outside lane, the first of the lappers. Hill can't get around him, and Borborema just wants to park the bus there, stay amongst these leaders, and hope to get a yellow to get back on the lead lap. He has 0 incentive to want to roll over and let those lapped cars, or the lead lap cars, I should say, get by him.
Yeah, he wants to get around him and hopefully get his lap back and see what he can make of it. By the way, let's talk for a second about the different diversities in this race. Let's talk about that. There's a few different ways to do it. So first off, Bobby Zielinski, a Chevy. Seth DeMerchant, a Toyota. Nate Stewart, a Ford. That's your top 3. So there's your manufacturer diversity. Let's talk a little bit about the equipment. You and I both know Bobby Zielinski, by the way, drives a Formula wheel when he oval races. That's right. The wheels you would see on like an Indy car or an F1 car that you'll see this weekend across the trifecta of racing. That's Bobby Zielinski's equipment. That's what he races with. It's not an oval wheel. It's not round. You'll see drivers in this field with triple monitors, single monitor, VR, maybe still use a track IR, although that's really kind of calmed down in the past couple of years. It's a sort of a very way less expensive VR. So lots of different things happen in this race. All these cars may look the same, but there's lots going on behind the scenes that makes this race very interesting.
And this big pack just looks like it's begging for trouble. Side by side, several spots. Hill wasn't able to get Borborema on the top of the racetrack, or the bottom, I should say. Now he goes to the outside, but under fire, Zielinski and more. Christopher Hill in the number 36 car. Outside, using Borborema to his advantage. He will now go, and it may be the first time Christopher Hill has found himself in P1 in the Apex Racing Team machine. He goes to the lead. Wilkerson, lapped car, through to the number 2 spot. So 2 of the top 3 cars in this pack, lap down drivers compared to your leaders. And I know it does not make it easier that the car numbers don't match what's on your timing and scoring. But the front of the line, that's a lapped car, that's Borborema. Second car in line, that is your leader, Christopher Hill. Third car in line, it's a lapped car into Wilkerson. Fourth car in line, that's P2 Zelensky with DeMerchant and Stewart behind him, all for position.
Yeah, and just making sure we stay up that point. This is the first time tonight that Christopher Hill has led a lap. He now is on the verge. He's 112 laps away from being a 2-time Coke 600 winner. So he is trying his best to make that happen. Now, whether that happens and what happens between now and the end of this race, who knows? But in that black and blue VRS machine, he right now, that's got to be a great feeling. You've got to get this little bit of heart pumping, a little bit of adrenaline flowing, knowing that you're right now on the verge of it. Now, he may not be feeling it yet, but I guarantee you, once we get inside the lap 300, if he is still leading, those thoughts will creep in his mind. Hey, I could do it twice. This would be fun. This would be amazing. This is a bragging point. And you got to be careful as a driver to feel that excitement and get motivated, but also not be distracted and not make a mistake because you're so busy thinking about it.
And credit to the drivers. It could have been very easy as you get a split look at the battle for the lead and the battle for P7. It could have been really easy for the restart to unleash chaos, for these drivers to drive way over their heads, but that's not been the case. This is a talented group, evidenced by the fact that they were able to go more than 260 laps green to start this race. So credit to them. They've been aggressive. Those lapped cars, I'm sure, are not making friends with the leaders by how destructive they're being to the lead pack. But the tip of the cap goes to them because of the fact that they've been able to be aggressive, but not overly, since this race went back green, now running as this stint continues on. So good stuff there. Chris Hill up front in a battle for the track position, really. Again, he's the leader. That's not for position, but wanting to get into the clean air to get ahead of JR Borborema. That right there is bad news for Jacob Wilkerson, because when Borborema was ahead of the leader, he technically wasn't a lap down anymore. He unlapped himself. That meant that Jacob Wilkerson became the lucky dog. Well, now that Borborema has been relapped by Hill, Wilkerson down a second spot. Borborema now in the lucky dog position.
Yeah, and so those who kind of wonder why that red car was fighting so hard, that's exactly why. It's the difference between being on the lead lap and being a lap down. So he'll fight respectfully. He's not going to get in the way. He's probably not going to try and make contact or do anything silly, but he wants that spot. He wants to be on the lead lap so that if the caution comes out, there's benefits to not being the lucky dog. There's benefits to being able to kind of have your own pace and catch the field. Because remember, every lucky dog starts at the tail end of the longest line on restarts. So that's the difference. If you're on the lead lap, you kind of get to go around and catch the field and be with the lead lap cars. But the lucky dogs restarts at the end of the longest line.
Look at those positions gained for that man right there, Cody Johnson, quietly through all of this. Maybe one of the drivers who has taken the most advantage from the timing of the yellow flag and subsequent restart in this race. Before the yellow came out, you go back to lap 267, he was running in 9th position. Is that a bad spot? No. But again, the time intervals was the problem. 9th is good, but not being 9 seconds back. And he has found speed in that car to drive from 27th, has made up more spots since the restart, and is in the highest running position that he has been in at any point in this race.
Yeah, doing a great job is what he's doing here. Just having an amazing run, as many drivers are. Up and down the field again, we see so many drivers who are positive numbers at the top of the field. It's almost not a surprise. So lots of great battles happening. I want to mention again, we're about to approach lap 300. Of course, this is Memorial Day weekend. You see it not only the stars and stripes, everything on the walls of Charlotte Motor Speed. We see it across the different paint schemes as we pay homage and tribute to those who have fallen in service, and take a moment to say thank you to everyone who served. I know Memorial Day is specifically supposed to be about those who did, unfortunately, who have given the ultimate sacrifice in service, but it's also a great time just to say thank you and honor anyone who does serve. And again, I said it earlier, I'll say it again. It's amazing that in iRacing that we get that opportunity with our paint schemes to have those moments where we can show off those kind of, patriotic moments or things that mean something to us.
You've seen a lot of drivers in this race. We talked about the special paint schemes on the cars. Drivers running either patriotic paint schemes or paint schemes that are important to them personally, and you'll see that a lot if you're on the couch Sunday night watching the NASCAR Coca-Cola 600. I know NASCAR, as always, will represent service members who have lost their lives in the line of duty on each of the cars in the Cup race. And I know a lot of the cars themselves will be sporting special paint schemes also. So looking forward to seeing that as we enjoy the benefits of being able to celebrate a long Memorial Day weekend. This time by, not quite at the magic number, but going to be 300 laps down in about a lap and a quarter, almost into the final run of this race. And for all of the green flag laps, different race leaders that we've seen, Christopher Hill would not have been the leader at lap number 300 on my bingo card, but he is really taking advantage of this opportunity. 1.2 seconds up on the battle you're watching here. That blue and white number 22 of Zelensky. He's the car in second. That seafoam green and black 11 of Cody Johnson, the challenger for third. To the outside goes the 11.
A little bit of contact with Bobby Zelensky at the NSL right there, as they now have a couple cars ahead of them, and so this is getting a little touchy here. And now we're inside lap 300. Now things, I think, get serious for the drivers. Now we're below 100 laps. Now we're talking about there being one possible last pit stop for most drivers, and things really kind of get into crunch time, to use that old sports analogy.
So through on the bottom, Johnson gets the position. Clayton Hoffman, the driver, following him through. That is the yellow and black number 8 car behind, looking to the bottom. Clayton, again, one of the drivers fighting for the lucky dog position, not a part of that battle for second. And a big moment there. That was Hoffman in the yellow Toyota, who got really loose off of turn number 2. And that'll cost him a spot for position. Jacob Wilkerson to his outside in a battle that is for 13th and 14th on the racetrack. Johnson second, Zelensky in third, and don't look now, but Zach Novak is in fourth as you see Gitter on pit road, certainly outside of the fuel window to be able to go to the end of the race as we are inside of the final 100. But when we restarted after the yellow, your leader was Novak, quickly struggled, dropped to P5 in a handful of laps, and I'd mentioned, Derek, it's kind of a decision point for him, right? You're getting aggressive drivers out of the gate. Hill, Johnson, Zelensky on the restart. Do you really want to fight him, or do you stick to your guns knowing how good your car's been on the long run all race long? Seems like he wanted to stick to his guns. This is the point in the run where Zach Novak needs to turn the wick up if he's going to get back up front.
A car up on the wall again back there, but you're right, this is the time when you got to really start to get serious about it. Think about, we pitted on lap 271, we're already at 304, so we're 30 some laps into this run. Here they are battling now for third and fourth, as Cody Johnson and Christopher Hill now have both gotten by them. Just a quick note off screen, Gitter not the only car to pit early. Will Height also pitted early again. Those moves, I gotta admit, Evan, made me scratch my head. As you said, those are well off pit cycle. You cannot go 95, 96 laps on the tank of fuel. So I'm not quite sure if it's a damage-related pit stop, or if they just maybe they know something I don't know. Maybe they're planning early for if another caution comes out. I don't know. We'll keep an eye on it. But for right now, they seem to be a little bit behind schedule.
Third goes Zach Novak with the pass, able to get around Bobby Zelensky. But the bumper to him on a couple of points there. And now it is a time crunch. 1.2 seconds is the gap between Novak and the leader. He would first have to get around Cody Johnson if he wants to be able to take a crack at P1. So with a little bit of air, a little bit of a gap, what does Novak do? Last lap, how about the fastest lap out of anybody inside of the top 5? So there is potential once more in that number 2, and he is setting his sights on the leaders.
Well, somebody in this booth said he's going to turn the wick up. Well, I think he heard the message, because there you go. Fastest lap, as he said last time by, picking up the pace, got a bit of a gap here. The problem he's going to face now is he's got these cars ahead of him. He's got to quickly get around to continue that momentum. And again, not all of them are lead lap cars. This is that battle we've been fighting at times, but right now it's Hill, it's Johnson, and it's a lot going on here at once. Oh, Will Height in the bottom, 3 wide. There's a new tire. Ooh, buddy, that was... Eesh.
And Will Height apologizing. He's got the better car, but maybe could have waited a corner to put him 3 wide, but he was at least acknowledging it, and Will Height gets on through. Remember, he just pitted off cycle. That's going to hurt Novak a touch on the lap time, but surprisingly didn't hurt him as much as I thought it would. He is now only 0.7 of a second off of the lead and is about to engage with the 11 Cody Johnson in a battle for second spot. Johnson clearly starting to feel his tires struggle as this run continues on. It's pushing up the hill to those higher lines we've talked about at extent tonight, down in 3 and 4. In 1 and 2, not really seeing people going up the hill as much unless they're in a battle side by side, like 7th on back and sideways. Trouble for Cody Johnson.
Yeesh.
I had just mentioned he was feeling it. That car almost spun out underneath him in turn 2.
Certainly did. Really got wild, and you see that what happens to a car. You get down the track to try to hold on to it, and he did a great job of that, but he'll lose some ground here. Now back to P5. He's now got Zelensky, Stewart, Novak, and Hill up ahead. That's going to wake you up if maybe you were kind of lax, if you were kind of trying to, keep calm inside the driver's seat. Well, that'll certainly spark you awake here on lap 311.
So with that big moment, Cody Johnson, and maybe slight commentator's curse, Derek, we'd spent a good time talking about how much he was taking advantage of this opportunity, but he falls down to P6. It's a good piece of driving to hang on to it. The problem is you got a big slide like that, you can't take that heat out of those tires. Those things are going to be above the temp you want them at until you change them. It's just going to hurt him for the rest of this run. But what it does do is it puts Zach Novak unobstructed into the number 2 spot. Nate Stewart up 7 from the drop of the green flag. He's able to get around Zelensky, move him down into the number 3 spot. So there may be 2 drivers charging, but in either case, the last few times around, Novak and Stewart have been faster than your leader. There's another look at the big slide. Again, you see the flames coming out of the exhaust as he rolled it out of the gas. An impressive save by Johnson that allowed Novak to get to second, and he is maybe 2 laps away, if not less, from taking it to Christopher M. Hill in a battle for the race lead.
Very interesting just run by Johnson there. As you watch that replay, I mean, really entered that corner low. That's what caused that bit of a snap, is that change in banking in the bottom of that corner. That's why you don't want to be down there to exit the corner. Not sure what was going on that maybe got him down there. But yeah, that's in a way just impressive he saved it, because that could have been 100 times worse when you see snaps like that on a racetrack, especially, this far into a tire run. We're still about 40-some laps into this tire run, so they're not exactly brand new tires. So again, much kudos to Cody Johnson. That was an incredible save, an incredible job right there to keep poised and keep that thing pointed forward on the track.
And we start to look at the number of laps to go in this race. Closing in on 80 to go. Remember the magic number, 67. If they can get to that point, about 20 laps, slightly less than that. There you see the laps to go, top left of your screen, basically right on the money. 20 to go. You get 20 more laps, you get to the magic number 66, and a pit stop would give you enough fuel to get to the end of this race pretty much safely, no questions asked. Novak is on the scene in the battle for the lead. Christopher Hill now sliding back. How far is he going to go down? All the way to 4th position. It's only going to get worse. Zelensky gets by. He's up and into third. So Novak up front once more. Stewart second. Zelensky third. Hill to fourth. Can Nate Stewart spoil the party?
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see, right? If Nate Stewart could come up here and spoil this party and have a great run. Be great to see if that would happen. By the way, being told, remember we talked about those personal challenges. We went back around and started to kind of get to the restart about, you know, comfort and hunger and thirst. Being told maybe Cody Johnson's back. He's getting a little uncomfortable in that seat after some, you know, 2.5 plus hours. 2.5 plus hours, I'm trying to say. So we'll see. Maybe that's what kind of caused him to get uncomfortable and kind of lose focus for a second. But lots going on here. Well, I got a thought in my head, Evan, on the run it by you here. We're about 83 laps to go. So, of course, you know, Sunday's the trifecta of racing. We got Monaco, we got the Indy 500, you got the Coke 600. Now, on Sunday, Kyle Larson's going to try and pull the double. He's going to try and go to Indy 500, run all 500, then run all 600 of the Coke 600. What if we got iRacing next year? Who would you got to talk to about this? What if we set up our own double next year? And you had to kind of run both events. We talked about Christopher Hill trying to win both Coke 600s. What if we ran both events like on the same day to see who would do both back to back?
You are a sick man.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
So obviously,
that's the nicest thing you said to me.
iRacing, obviously they split the, you know, you got the fixed Indy 500 one weekend, you've got the Open the next, you've got the Coke 600 the next. So they want to give everybody ample opportunity. But if there's got to be some private league out there, I would love, I don't know if I'd love to be in the booth for all, what is it, 1,100 miles?
1,100 miles, yeah.
Listen, it is not as hard of work as it is for the drivers behind the wheel. I will not claim that, but it's a lot to go through long races. And that's why I always, you know, give credit to those endurance races, you know, the teams and the broadcasters and the producers who go through those. But, you know, there's quite a few major charity events, right, that aren't, you know, recurring leagues, but one-offs. And I think there could be a time and place for a private event. Not just, you know, the beauty of the double is it's just one driver, right? They try to, you know, make the trip. Can they do it with weather? I would love, to your point, to see a private event, 40 drivers, and for the 40 cars who race the 500 miles at Indianapolis are then the same 40 drivers that have to race the 600 at Charlotte. I want the same field for both. Yep. And I'm curious how crazy those drivers will be by the end of the day. But I would put that would be much watched television for me.
Yeah, I'm thinking we'd have to do like, you know, like how if you listen to baseball on radio, they do like the rotating commentators sometimes, like, you know, like Vince Scully he would do like certain innings and not certain innings. We're going to need that for the commentators. Yeah, calling all 1,100 miles, I won't have a voice left if we do that. So we're going to work it out here. But what is being worked out on track, Nate Stewart is around Zach Novak. He has done a great job here. And something I noticed on track as we were kind of having fun with that idea of pulling the double, Stewart was kind of trying to agitate Novak a little bit. You see it? There's some small bumps to the back of the bumper. I don't want to call them bump traps, Evan, but there's some kind of some boops or some how do you do's to the back of that bumper before eventually getting around Zach Novak.
A bit of a slam trap, right? Just letting him know that he's there. Of course, those drivers are teammates with Dead Zone Racing, so they're very familiar with one another, despite the fact that they compete in different, you know, teams in the Coke Series, with Zach representing the Channel 199 group, and no surprise, Nate Stewart representing Jim Beaver Esports. You see Jim Beaver's Misadventure brand on that car. But they're having a little bit of fun with each other, and that says something to say, right? You've been racing for now over 323 laps complete, and you can still kind of give your buddies some crap and kind of mess with them a little bit, and Zach's going to repay the favor right there. Nate Stewart to the lead. Novak says, all right, I'll give you a bump too. Bobby Zelensky, not one to ever be left out. He wants in on some of the theatrics also, although Bobby not teammates with these two. He's one of the drivers that drives for the Altus Esports Altanda Alliance, but he's very familiar with these drivers. He's competed with them for some of the biggest prizes in iRacing, and right now he's got a chance to compete with them for a Coke 600 win. And all of a sudden, the top 5 or 6 that had been spreading out, Derek, is starting to condense. DeMerchant's here. He's in 4th. Johnson in 5th. Christopher Hill in 6th. You've got your top 6 cars within 0.6 of a second of each other.
By the way, I feel like if we're watching those bumps happening, I kind of want to put up one of those like advisories you saw like on TV in the 90s, like please do not try this at home. Like, boy oh boy, as much fun as they're having pulling that move off and iRacing, the small bumps and kind of antagonizing one another. Oh, those moves are scary in iRacing. If you don't do it right, you could go from having fun to having no race left pretty quickly. So please be careful. Kids, do not try that at home. And, you know, race responsibly, I guess, if you want to say it that way. But again, now here's Bobby Zalenski. He's around, back up to second. And, man, some things are moving quickly on this track. Merchant up to third. Johnson's back to fourth. Hill's back down to fifth. Stewart, though, who we saw up front a second ago, back in P6, almost a second off the lead.
5 laps away or so from maybe the final pit stops of this race commencing. We saw Patrick Gitter pit earlier, Brad Newman, Chris Wilhite, they all pitted off cycle. None of those cars are going to be able to make it to the end of the race with the fuel they have on board. So they will have to make an additional pit stop still with everybody else. Again, they likely foregoed pitting on the last cycle or short pitted to some extent to try to get some track position. But this is the story right here. 6 cars battling for the race win late at the Charlotte Motor Speedway. And on the bottom lane, Ken, Bobby, Zalenski clears Zach Novak. No! Zalenski cannot get in front of the 2. Novak pulls in front. And this reminds me of the second stint in this race, Nolan. We had the top cars all tightly condensed. And after a pit cycle, it cut about half of them out of contention. A big pressure, high-stakes pit cycle coming up pretty quickly. The question is, who makes the decision? When is it going to be the right one? Who makes the wrong call? Are there any mistakes? And again, all of that is assuming, does this thing even stay green to the end of the race to let them decide it? 71 to go, still too far out, but we are knocking on the door.
No, we're still about, at least I'd say, probably 7, 8, maybe 10 laps away from that pit window even opening. And then the problem is if you pit right there, then you have to hope everything goes perfect. You have to hope that there's no yellows, no overtime, nothing messing anything about your strategy up. So a lot of drivers will continue to drive. We last pitted on lap 271. If you add, let's just say 67, and then I'm going to bring to carry the 8. So we're probably talking about pitting, oh gosh, what, lap 340? So that would be another 10 laps from now. Would probably be about the end of this fuel tank. So that'll put him right on the verge of being okay. Be very interesting to see if he wants to cut it short, run it long, or what they may want to do with it here. By the way, this is a P25 in a 31 car. That is Manny down pit road. He'll pit early. That's 69 to go. This is maybe the longest I would feel comfortable going. Dallas Pataska is now down. But again, Evan, if you're pitting right here, you're going to have to be perfect, and this run has to be perfect. Any caution, any overtime, anything, and you're out of luck probably.
One shot. You know, you can... It goes back to the lessons we talked about very early on in this race on how you can't win the race in the first 100, but you can lose it. You may not win the race with a pit stop here, but you can lose it. I mean, this is time to execute another trip by the pit lane in which none of the drivers inside of the top 6 decide to come down and in. And now, 67 laps to go. That is your number. Daniel Nanny, Dallas Pataska, some other cars back in traffic. Quinton Warman down pit road. The bank is officially open. Who's going to make moves? Big swing. Zalenski diving under Zach Novak as they approach lapped car Patrick Gitter. Still, though, the leaders stay on the racetrack. They may be thinking about having a little bit of bonus fuel left over in case this thing needs overtime, and maybe that's why these leaders opting not to pit right on the button.
Well, and let's bring it back to a little bit of road racing expertise, which Bobby Zalenski may be thinking about. Sometimes in road racing, you pit when the opportunity seems right, whether the pit window, whatever it is you just got to put in front of Novak. And so what I mean by that is if you've got a lap car up in front of you who's going to kind of fight you and maybe slow over your lap time, pit now, right? Go ahead and get that pit stop in you need. And just do it now instead of waiting. So I'll be curious to see if maybe anyone pits because of Gitter being up there. Maybe they just want to get the pit stop out of the way and not fight with the lap car. So we'll see if that matters for anybody here, as it's Zelensky, DeMerchant, Novak, Hill, and Johnson in that order in the top 5.
Cody Johnson may have a slight strategic position as he sits at 5th. It would be difficult for one of the drivers in front of him to scoop him and to come down pit road without his knowledge. He's not the tail end of this group. Nate Stewart's behind him, starting to really struggle. If I'm the 5, I'd be thinking about coming down pit road sooner rather than later, because that gap is building between him and the rest of these drivers up front. But if you're at the tail end, nobody can surprise you coming to pit road. They're going to have to tell you ahead of time, and you're going to be able to see them pulling down to pit road. The leaders stay out for another cycle, but other drivers are in. Dylan Duval down pit road. Clayton Hoffman, J.R. Borborema, Evan C., and others down for service this time. Still waiting, though, on the big names at the front of the field to come in and make their final pit stop of this 600-mile enduro.
Yeah, and the other reason why he may be hard to scoop Cody Johnson is he's been the driver who's wanted to stay out the longest every run. Remember, he was pushing 70-plus lap runs earlier in this race when we stayed green the whole way. So he may be the driver who stays out the longest. We'll see how that happens and what happens, and if he's able to benefit from it. We'll see if anything can come from that. But here we are, 62 to go. These drivers are still going around. It's Zelensky, DeMerchant, Novak, and others. And I find it interesting that I think they're kind of coasting because they're not making up any time on Gitter. In fact, that gap to Gitter may be getting a little bit bigger and bigger by lap. So maybe it shows like that Zelensky in this group is kind of just coasting a little bit around here, trying to save fuel.
Incredible how long these drivers have been able to go since the restart. Again, they are well within the number to be able to go to the end of this race. Nate Stewart says he is pitting as the caboose of this group. Of course, Christopher Hill came in last time. Stewart's going to pit from 5th. Does anybody in front of him come down? Here comes your leader, Zelensky into pit road. What an entry, though, for the second car in line. Zach Novak made up about 4 car lengths on the dive to pit road. Johnson is in also.
Well, no penalties on these entries. I've been looking up and down the field, waiting to see if timing and scoring had anything to say, but nope, everyone's good. But boy, Zelensky threw it down in there, and I got a little nervous, but here he is in his pit stop. 4 tires, whatever gas he needs, and this will be, at least under green flag, the last stops of the night.
And down pit road there. From the top
there it
spot,
is.
but a caution. 60 laps to go as the final car who had yet to pit, Seth the Merchant, hits pit road. Caution flag number 2.
Being told the wreck's going to be on the the driver's on the exit of turn 2. Wait and see what comes of it. I also want to see if Seth the Merchant got on pit road in time. I think he did. So no penalty for Seth the Merchant. Sometimes we've seen drivers get caught where a caution comes out as they're hitting pit road. So I wanted to double check, but he seems to be good in this moment. Without temper to give the lead to that car right there, Patrick Gitter is being shown as now your leader.
Patrick Gitter may be a holdout of the only cars who have yet to pit. I thought DeMerchant was the last. I think Gitter caught out on this strategy, has not pitted.
Remember, he pitted back on 302.
Here's the look of the accident. It's Dylan Banks, and tell me if this looks familiar.
Yeah, so I say, stop me if you've seen this movie before. There it is. Barely touched the banking, up the track. Oh boy, that one's even a little scarier, but at least no one else got hit there. Just Dylan Banks going around, the Carolina native. And that black and yellow machine brings out our second caution of the evening.
So cars to pit road, some of them who had pitted recently. Warman 8 laps ago, he's in. Duval 5 laps ago, he's in also. So a couple of cars going to come back down pit road, and it's going to take a minute to sort all of this out. I think somehow, some way, Seth DeMerchant, who was the last to pit and who had just hit pit road before the time into the yellow, would certainly not have cycled through to the race lead, Derek, because he was out there longer on older tires. He would have certainly cycled back in traffic, but because he hit pit road, caution came out, everybody slowed. Seth the Merchant gets a golden ticket to go to P1.
Yeah, it's great for him. Now, what's going to happen for these drivers who are pitting again, the names you mentioned, what they're trying to do, Evan, is give themselves that peace of mind, right? Now they know they've pitted again under the yellow. What they have is that knowledge saying, hey, even if overtime happens, I think I'm good now. I have the extra gas in the car where I don't have to pit. And maybe I can pull off a pit strategy and see if I can come out the winner if overtime occurs. But you're right, for right now, it's Seth the Merchant up in P1, a driver you and I have both seen win multiple times and win on alternate strategies and different strategies. And so it's nice to see Seth up front, a driver who maybe has struggled at points in this race tonight, is now up front. A couple of lapped cars up ahead. That's Maggie McGuire up ahead of that in that pink car. So those cars will go around and get a lap back here at 1 to go. But it's Seth the Merchant, Christopher Hill, Bobby Zielinski, your top three.
Through that, 2 cautions over the course of 344 laps, and they both happen right on the money with a pit cycle. First caution came out at the start of one. The second came out right at the very end. So in the grand scheme of things, the strategy in and of itself has not changed. But the run order certainly has. And Seth the Merchant with a golden opportunity here to try to control the field from the front. Now, it'll be a slightly shorter stint to the end of this race than what the green flag runs have been, right? We've said the number 67 and 68 about 67 and 68 times over the course of the night. We've seen the top left 57 to go. So you do have the ability, drivers are going to have to figure this out in their head, to give a little bit more. And this car does not have to go 67 green flag laps to the end. It has to go 57. So you could be a little bit more aggressive. Who can make that adjustment? And is it going to happen on another green flag run to the end? Or are we going to see some late night fireworks here on Memorial Day weekend? The lights are out on the pace car. Seth the Merchant in control of the field, coming to 56 laps to go. And the iRacing Coca-Cola 600. De Merchant on the bottom, Hill on the outside, green flag back in the air.
That was a great start by everyone involved. Hill does not give up that much time on the outside, so he'll have a good run here on Seth the Merchant from the jump. And I think he's ready to kind of falling back in second in line and going to the bottom of the track here. Boy, look at them all coming around here. Everyone's awake. Everyone knows they have a shot here, possibly, at still winning the Coke 600.
Everybody in contention. 12 cars on the lead lap. 22 drivers included within 1 lap of the leaders if they could get a yellow and get waved back around. There are plenty of tires available on pit road should there be subsequent yellows. At that point, those decisions to come in would go to tire decisions instead of fuel decisions, which have made up all the spots thus far. Here comes Hill, looking to the inside. Can he get to Merchant in one fell swoop? He can. Christopher Hill, once more, quick out of the blocks to the lead early in this run.
Yeah, there's that quote you said earlier, stop if you've seen this before. We saw this before as well. Chris Hill gets up to the front here. Let's see if he can hold on to it this time. It's now De Merchant behind him, Novak's behind him, Nate Stewart, Bobby Zielinski, Cody Johnson, and on back. Dylan Duvall's back in the picture up in P7. So this caution will benefit some drivers who maybe had a rough run that last stint. They got sort of locked back into the field and sort of get a brand new attempt at this.
And the battle for second could aid Hill in building an advantage a little bit up at the front of the field. It is De Merchant working the outside line. Then Nate Stewart working the inside. Behind them, Johnson, Novak, they fight for 4th and 5th. It's a big run for Seth, though. Probably could have taken a big swing to the bottom, opted not to, gives a push to Hill. Seth wants to stay on the outside, trying to use the momentum up top to carry him past Nate Stewart. But Nate doing a good job. I mentioned the Dirty air not quite as extreme in these cars as it is in the real world. Well, one thing that is extreme on the sim is the side draft. And you can see that 5. 14's got the run off of the corner. Nate Stewart tries to pull up and take speed away for the cars on the outside. Can't do it that time. Cody Johnson with the assist to push Demergent past.
Yeah, lots of crazy moves happening. You feel it's kind of that tension building. You feel that sort of that stress, that intensity. Everyone's kind of holding their breath, hoping not to make contact. And that's what happens in these races. We go green for so long. But now everyone knows that everything matters. Every corner, every back straight, every front straight, every quad oval. You can't give anything up now. This is not the beginning of the race. Now this is the race. This is, 70-ish less miles of racing to go before we crown a winner. So everyone's just pushing everything they have.
It is full push here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway with a NASCAR crown jewel, the Coca-Cola 600. Well, a crown jewel of a special event is on the line. Hill, Demergent, Johnson, Novak, Duvall, your top 5 with 50 laps to go in Concord. Your top 9 cars, all within a second of the leader. There is no separation up at the front of the field.
No, there's no room for mistake here. If you miss a turn, if you miss a line, if you miss a braking point here, you're going to be well in the back of this field at this point, if not, in further worse shape than that. So everyone's pushing hard. Everyone's trying their best here. And you see this top keeps moving around a little bit. You see Novak, Duvall going back and forth. You see Newman and Ginter going back and forth. Ginter, by the way, a car, remember before the caution, was really fighting to stay on the lead lap, Evan. Here he is, P8, now about, less than a second away from the lead on the good side.
Yeah, it is starting to go the right direction, but look at this moment. 3 wide, it's Brad Newman on the inside, squeezing out as Zach Novak going the wrong direction. We saw Novak drop back on the last run and make an eventual charge to the front, but P7 starting to get into dangerous territory, if you ask me, on being too far back.
Well, I'll tell you what, when that last move happened there with the 3 wide, Novak let off this little bit of a noise in the driver's radio. And I couldn't really tell you what it was. It's a bit of a laugh. I couldn't tell if it was a happy laugh, a nervous laugh. It was like a mocking laugh. It was just almost like a release needed to happen there so he could kind of refocus himself. And just, boy, it was a tense moment for Zach, and at least kind of had to get that emotion out and move on here in this moment. By the way, Zach's one of only 2 drivers in this race, Evan, who has a live spotter, a feature maybe underused in iRacing. But these drivers have the ability to have a friend, a teammate up watching from different cameras, spotting from it. So Logan Sheets up in the spotter stand for Zach Novak, trying to give him every bit of information he can to help him win this race.
Yeah, and maybe less so for these special events than organized league racing, Coke Series, private leagues, things that are more routine. You may have a spotter be a part of it. I also think in a long race like this, a lot of these drivers from big teams probably talking to one another. Some of them may be streaming, interacting with chat. I think you need somebody to talk to stay sane, right? We've been interacting with chat over the course of this long race, wanting to be a part of the conversation with us. I think that's part of it too. Yes, there's the strategic advantage of having a live spotter, having a live crew chief, taking some of those calculations away from the driver. They'll feed information to you as needed. There is absolutely a competition-related use for that, but long races like this, sometimes you just need somebody to talk to bounce ideas off of. Stay awake, stay alert, stay fresh, as these drivers continue to try to put down perfect lap after perfect lap, as we are now more than 3 hours and 13 minutes removed from when the green flag dropped.
Well, you talk about that point about needing a friend, needing a voice, needing something. I mean, you and I talked pre-race about there was a time, years ago in iRacing when it felt like there weren't even enough commentators. There were commentators who did races like this alone as a solo commentator show, and I kind of said to you, boy, I couldn't imagine doing that for that long, just, having that no other voice to kind of bounce off of, no one to take a break for, to kind of get a sip of water in without sounding awkward. But as a driver, it's worse because you're sitting there turning laps. Sometimes you want to know something. Maybe you want to know what lap we're on. You want to know where a car is. You want to know how much gas is left. But you don't have that ability to break your focus, to push all those buttons on iRacing to get that information. You can ask your friend. you know, in Zach's case, you know, hey, Logan, where is so-and-so, right? How far back is that car? And that's good information. The other driver in the race with a spotter, Mario Moran, he has Thomas Kunin up on the spotter stand. So, again, only 2 out of 36 drivers opted to use spotters in this race.
And maybe the first moment since the restart to take a bit of a deep breath and breathe, as there is some separation amongst the leaders. Again, all 12 cars in the lead lap still within 2 seconds at the top spot, but we're not 2 and 3 wide all over the place. We could focus in on a couple of things. The yellow car back in line instigating. That is a battle for position. That is Zach Novak and others dealing with lapped cars. So right there, that is where the lap down cars intersect with the leaders. And with Novak falling to 8th position, yes, I know there's still 40 to go, but to me, this just feels different, Derek, than when he was P5 in single file.
Yeah, it does feel different, doesn't it? It really does feel like now that pressure's on. And, you know, there are some questions in the chat, but, you know, could Novak be saving tires? Yeah, he could. But, boy, with 40 laps to go, at a certain point, that's got to stop. At a certain point, you've got to use the benefit of those new tires. And so I don't know how much longer you could, quote-unquote, save for if that is, in fact, the plan, as they're now 3 wide behind Zach Novak. That's Dylan Banks in the middle. That's the car that brought out the last caution. So now it's Novak trying to run down Zielinski as Zielinski tries to run down the top 5.
And while all of those battles go on, there is a clear divide between the top 2 and Newman sitting in 3rd. Here comes Cody Johnson. The battle for the race lead at the front of the field is on again. Johnson to the outside of Christopher Hill, and he should, on the faster line, get the run off of the corner. Yes, he does. New race leader again in the Coke 600. This time, Johnson back to P1.
Yep, there it is. A great job here. Cody Johnson has been working all race on strategies and thoughts and ways to get around here in that seafoam green car. And there he is. He's now successfully done, at least for now, over top of Christopher Hill. Now back in 3rd, that's going to be Brad Newman. He's battling with Seth DeMerchant. I think DeMerchant's going to try and get around here and make that pass. But up front, now if you're Cody Johnson, you got to be thinking, boy, this feels real. It's 37 to go. You know, in iRacing terms, we're now less than what we call an A fixed race. That's the races that run every 2 hours in iRacing. You kind of get some practice and a short run at this track. Those races are longer than 37 laps. Watch this again. This is the 3 wide we hinted at behind Novak. Dylan Banks gets loose in the middle and almost creates chaos at Charlotte.
See that looks of Banks, and again, he is a lap down where he runs on the racetrack, but he is mixed in and battling amongst the leaders. That battle for the lucky dog may be more important right now than it was ever. Daniel Nanny, currently the driver in the lucky dog spot ahead of Wilkerson and Banks. Those are the first 3 drivers a lap down, running 13th, 14th, and 15th on the racetrack. Up front, Hill sliding back. Johnson's lead grows to almost 0.3 of a second. And right now, the fastest man on the track looks like it's Dylan Duval. He'll go to the inside. That's a quick pass on Seth DeMerchant. Move Duval back up and into the top 3.
Yeah, let's wait and see the times at the line here. But you're right, Duval made an incredible pass. So we'll wait and see as they tick on by. We'll wait for timing and scoring to update. And that time, you're right, Dylan Duval up at 29.917. That is the fastest of the top 4 cars on track. Bobby Zielinski tied that time. So lots of cars on the move here with 34 laps to go. But if you're not hanging out in the Twitch chat, you should be. There are some interesting chats going on. No, you're not Dylan. You're Evan. Evan, they are currently. That's okay. I got called Nolan earlier.
Yeah,
so
it's a late night.
They're taking unofficial bets on when the last caution is.
Well, I said that I thought we would be wrapped up at about 12:15. That may have held true if we stayed green. I think that was a little bit optimistic on me, so yeah. I don't know. All right, if we're gonna say, okay, let's just go with this. Does it stay green to the end of this race? Yes or no?
No. There's
I'm
no
gonna
way.
go for the yes.
No, we're racing too hard, and it's not just the racing up front. It's the battle for the lucky dog that's racing hard. It's everything. It's the wall scrubs are getting more aggressive. I can't see it staying green. I wish I could say that. I'll be happily surprised if it does, but it's just so intense right now. I don't know.
I'll disagree. I'll say we stay green. I'm not confident in it. I'm not putting the mortgage on it, but I'll say this. The only 2 yellows we've had tonight were cars that were spinning, leaving pit road, and we can all go to the end of the race. So that eliminates that. We have yet to have one for an on-track incident. Yes, I agree with you. Drivers are driving more aggressively now than they have at any other point, but I will give credit to the skill of these drivers. I think they have the ability to keep it green. Zach Novak is surging. He's up to P5, but all eyes to the top of your screen because another battle for the race lead is on. Johnson made a move on Hill a couple of laps ago, thought he was going to run away with it, and now here comes Dylan Duval on the bottom. At 30 laps to go, Duval goes to the lead in the Coke 600.
Now look at Hill. Hill's going to try and also ride that momentum. He tried to get up under and make that pass on Johnson, but just could not make that run work. But Duval, first time in a while, he's been up front. He's been up front before, but right now he's enjoying the benefit of leading this race. Here comes another run by Hill. They're going to be almost side by side, door to door, out of 4 through the quad oval. And I think maybe we're finally going to see Christopher Hill complete this pass.
Yeah, I thought Christopher Hill was falling off, but the 36 machine trying to bounce back at the 96, trying to get back up and into this conversation. He says not done yet. He wants to get back it into this. There's Borborema. Yeah, that's, well, you mentioned this battle's all over. That could have easily had been one. Off at turn number 2, but a tip of the cap to him. What a save. They were able to continue on. This race stayed green. And these cars are just as aggressive. It is wide open. Hill back around Johnson. He's to second. Bobby Zelensky and Novak in a fight for the number 4 spot. Look at Zach Novak. Gets around Zelensky to the inside on Johnson. Zach Novak is back in the top 3. He wants more.
Novak just made a great move there. Just went ahead and got right on around and is now trying to make the pass for second here. This will be on Hill right now through the corner. He is in second. You see timing is scoring on the left side of your screen. It's updating live as these cars are making passes. But what they're doing right now, they are letting, for the moment, Dylan Duval pull away, because every time they battle side by side, he has a clean lap. So Dylan Duval is possibly the biggest benefactor of this side-by-side racing.
In no later than a handful of laps after I proclaimed, I don't know, Zach Novak P8 feels a little bit different. He has turned it up again. And maybe shame on me for how we've seen this man perform late in the last couple of stints. All of that was a dress rehearsal for this final stint. And I think you would be hard-pressed to find a car right now better on the racetrack than Zach Novak. Some dark horses to look out for. We haven't talked a lot about Quentin Warman. One car into the grass behind the leaders is all okay. I think it's going to be a save after a trip through for Cody Johnson, but we stay green.
Yeah, Cody Johnson went ahead and mowed some of that artificial grass, and he's okay. So I'm getting way up the hill, but he kept it off the wall. And all is good. So we'll stay green here. But you're right. We were all kind of doubting Zach Novak a little bit here. Some of the Twitch chat was trying to proclaim he was trying to save some tires. They may be right. There's that cut through. Oh, boy. Look at the bumps. Look at the hill. Look at the airtime, but all is good off the wall. That's incredible. That we've been focused on the race at the front, but how you kept that car off the wall after getting some airtime, cutting through the grass, up the hill, that's a great save by Cody Johnson.
So that moment is held, interrupted by a point about Quentin Warman, who I think could be a bit of a dark horse in this one. He's made up a lot of spots later in this race. He's the number 4 car. Right here, tail end of the three-way battle for second. Do not count him out. But again, Hill was dropping back. He is now leveled out, is strong in the number 3 spot. And Zach Novak has 23 laps to find 0.2 of a second. But you can't just pass him, because Hill got to the lead and got past. Will that happen to Duval? How do you make a move and make it stick? That is the decision and the answer that Zach Novak is going to have to come up with. This time we are at 22 laps to go.
Yeah, and I want to remind everyone watching, remember, if you're tuning in late, This is the race. There's no pit stops left. This is the race. Whatever happens here happens. This is going to be on-track battles. Unless there's a pesky yellow flag that comes out, this is the battle. Christopher Hill already won a Coke 600 this week. He's running third. Zach Novak, of course, a former eNASCAR champion, running P2. Dylan Duvall, a current eNASCAR driver, as is most of the field, currently leading this race, but only about, half a second from first to third.
It is not a long distance, and Quinton Warman right now watching a side-by-side battle for second. Christopher Hill maybe feels like he's got the better car, wants to pressure Novak, but every time he goes side-by-side with the two, he's taken a little bit out of those Goodyear Eagles. You have to be very deliberate with every single move that you make this late in the race. Your top four pulling away just a little bit over the rest of the field. Bobby Zelensky's fifth. He's 9/10 off of the lead. Nate Stewart in P6. He's 1.4 seconds off of the race lead. So these top four, the class of the field. Here comes Quinton Warman now, looking on the bottom, trying to find a way by Hill, who's going to have the speed off of 4.
Yeah, Hill's going to have the speed and a little bit of that draft from Novak and from Duvall, so he'll keep that spot. By the way, interesting from the back of the field, back in P7. I say back, he's only a second half back. Nate Stewart, Holt is encouraging the racing, but hold on. Yellow is out. Well, good thing you didn't bet me anything, because you'd owe me something right now.
All right, you were right in the end, and we'll wait to find the culprit of this one. Not that this race needed any more resets. I think we were primed no matter what to get a thriller. But as it always goes, sometimes late in these NASCAR races, just a little bit of overtime, some drama, and we'll try to find the cause of the accident. I think it was Clayton Hoffman in the number 8 car who was involved in an on-track accident on the front straightaway to bring out yellow flag number 3 of the day.
Wow, this is going to get even crazier. It was already crazy. It was already close. It was already intense. But they're going to come down pit road. They're going to get new tires, and they're going to re-rack it. Let's watch this first. The 8 car, Clayton Hoffman. And, up in the wall. And that's a car with him. I can't spot a number on yet, Evan, but that's a hard hit.
So that's the incident that puts us under the caution flag, and now it is decision time on pit road. Everybody has the fuel to go to the end, but they've all got old, worn out, 40-lap-old tires. So there's no doubt they want to come in and head to the Goodyear store. Tires available for all the drivers. Is there going to be anybody who varies on the strategy? And do we see lap-down cars try to stay out to get away around almost all of them foregoing tires to get back to the lead lap? But let's watch the pit stops of your leaders. Dylan Duvall leads the field down to pit road. He's into the box cleanly. Right side tires on. You'll see the car drop, and then the left sides will go up on him. And it's going to be 2 tires for Duvall and more. Drag race off pit road. Novak second off. Third off, Quinton Warman.
By the way, that's Mario Miranda, the car I saw get put in the wall there by the 8. So that's the car he's done, likely for this race. Dim required repairs. We'll want to show that to you quickly. But you're right, lots of strategy on pit road. All those lapped cars have unlapped themselves for the moment. So lots is going to happen here in this moment at Charlotte. I'm curious to see who made the right call.
So 2 tires for Duvall, Novak, Warman, and to your point, Christopher Hill and others. From that point on, that is the divide to go for 4. I would not be feeling super comfortable as a car in those top 3. I would be wanting a little bit more of a buffer for the cars on 2. So Christopher Hill, is that the race-winning strategy? I like the way the 4 looks tire-wise. I like that decision. For those in the Twitch chat, let us know what call you liked on that one. Do you think the 2? Do you think the 4 is going to be the race-winning decision? But certainly Duvall, Warman, and Zelensky were the favorites before the yellow. Now they may be the underdogs.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of 4 tires. I know that 2-tire stop is faster, but boy, I mean, you want to wait till 17 laps to go to run a live science experiment of 2-tire runs. I'm a four-tire kind of person. I want predictability. I want consistency. So that's where I am. I'm curious how the Twitch chat feels, to see what they are, to see how they would do it. But I don't know. I don't know about you, Evan. I'm just a four-tire kind of guy.
I got to go with you on that one, but I was also wrong on the yellow flag. And now this thing could get crazy. We'll see.
Yeah,
Did the two
well
tires work up front? Is it going to be the four-tire decision? Also, 12th through 20th stayed out. So that means that Gitter, Borborema, Smith, Wilkerson, Bakes, O'Brien, McGuire, Justice, and Pataska, they're all back on the lead lap, but still with their 40-lap older tires. They are going to be begging for a yellow flag in which they can then pit as lead lap cars, get fresh tires, and actually have a chance at being a disruptor. Will this be the final restart of the iRacing Coke 600? Dylan Duvall in control of the field, looking for the green flag at 15 laps to go.
Look at that great run. It's already happening here. Duvall's running. It's got a lead here on Novak. And Novak's already a couple tenths of a second behind to come out of turn number 2. And while the rest of the field may be too wide, a little bit on back there, Duvall has a clean run through the back straight.
Huge run, though, on the back straightaway. Christopher Hill dives at a line, goes to the inside. Hill's the first car on 4 tires. But Dylan Duvall is going to have to try to hold him off on just 2. Novak pushing Hill down to turn number 1. It is an absolute sprint for the number 2 spot on back. Now Chris Hill gets to the inside of Duvall. Too tight, though, on the exit.
Yeah, a lot of tightness, a little bit of leaning. In fact, from car to car is what's happening here, and lots of cars, different strategies, different thoughts. Everyone wants to make the move because everyone's now nervous about if or when that next caution happens. 14 to go, almost 13 to go. We're nearly done with this 600-mile race, and there's at least 10 to 12 cars all hoping to still be called the winner.
And through that big moment in 2, and Hill got tight, it allowed Zach Novak to get back into the number 2 spot. The more that Novak and Hill fight for second, possibly the better news it is for Dylan Duvall on the very top spot of the scoring pylon. Hill trying to get both of them at once. He's got DeMerchant behind them, Cody Johnson as well, trying to join the picture. So a handful of cars late in this race trying to be the disruptors. Duvall on the outside, though, is consistently getting the better run off the corner and using the banking to his advantage.
Yeah, it makes you think maybe that, I don't know how much more he can do it, but Hill's going to do a little bit better job at tracking out of that corner and carrying a bit more speed out of that corner. So he does it pretty well there. That's leaned up against that car as best he can, but that's what's causing him not to be successful on the bottom lane, is he's having those runs stalled out of the corner. Oh, they're
3 wide now in that number 2 spot. Can DeMerchant get to the outside? Maybe just gave the slightest of brakes to Novak, or scrubbed the speed off in the corner. Now Novak wants to go to the race lead. Huge move in turns 3 and 4. Can he clear him? Yes, he does. What a slide job. Novak to the lead. Still not done yet now. Challenging up top, Duvall gets the push from DeMerchant. Now it's set DeMerchant first car on 4, but he gets loose in turn 2.
Oh, DeMerchant, I thought for sure was leaning on Duvall. I thought for sure Duvall's car was going to go around. I don't know how that didn't happen, but now here comes Hill again to the inside. Hill has a better run. He'll likely get a better track out of the corner and carry some better speed. He's not done. He wants to win this race.
So many drivers with opportunities. You could have thought it was a lock-in for Christopher Hill 5 laps ago. Now he's stuck back in the number 4 spot, trying to get back into this conversation. Zach Novak serpentines down the back straightaway, not wanting to go up the outside preferred lane, but not wanting to give all of that draft to Seth DeMerchant behind him. You can see just how much time Seth and company make up every time they go down the back straightaway. It's good for at least 2 car lengths that time by. Make it 8 laps to go in eNASCAR's longest night. DeMerchant closing the gap, a little bit loose, but loose is fast right now for the car in second.
Yeah, Luce is fast. Luce is what it's got to be in the moment. By the way, keep note of that top lane because, by the way, Chris Hill, who was trying as hard as he could on that bottom lane, he's given up. He's gone to the top lane, Evan. He's back in P4. If he gets any kind of open to the top of that track, he may be up to the front very, very quickly. But meanwhile, it's set to Merchant. Now dives to the inside as Zach Novak clears him. Slide job, and he's going to try the over-under is Zach Novak.
It's a good counter move by the two, but I don't think it's going to work because now DeMerchant has the preferred outer lane, and all of the things that allowed Novak to keep DeMerchant behind him going to be flipped. Those are now challenges for the 2-car on the bottom. It is a 3-car draft, 4-car draft on the outside, and they made up about a car length and a half on Novak down the front straightaway alone. DeMerchant clear for the race lead. Clinton Warman clear into P2.
The anxiety, the tension, the stress is building amongst this field. You can see it in the way they're moving the cars, the way they're digging in the corners, the way they're trying to make the passes. It makes you concerned. We've maybe not seen our last yellow, but right now we're racing back around. 6 laps to go at Charlotte Motor Speedway. We're 2x2 at the front of the field. It's Warman up to the front.
And a big
he went
slide.
too high.
Warman almost lost it. Loses a ton of speed off of the corner. He's going to go for the race lead to P6, if not worse. And now DeMerchant assumes the top spot once more. Novak, better run. Door slam that time off at turn 4. It is getting physical under the lights here in Charlotte. Hill pushing DeMerchant on the outside. Huge shove. Rockets the 14 back to the race lead. How long though? Hill's on scene. DeMerchant sideways. Hill hang on. Drops back to 3rd. Chris Hill going for P1.
I told you Chris Hill got to the top of that track. He'd be a danger if he got an open lane, and he did. He's now around Novak through the quad-oval. 3 laps to go. Not much further. 4.5 miles to find a winner.
3 wide, battle for the race lead. Only 3 more trips around the Charlotte Motor Speedway to determine an iRacing Coke 600 winner. Look at the speed on the bottom. Cody Johnson makes the move on Zach Novak. Warman follows suit, but it's Johnson on the bottom. Hill on the outside. 2 cars who took 4 tires last time down pit road. 2 laps to go. They have to make it back to the white flag for this race to be official.
Well, at some point in this race, it looked kind of like we were going to go green flag and have a winner decided early, but here we are, 2 laps to go. Now a lap and a half, lots of smoke off the wall, cars loose, DeMerchant to the bottom, Hill around. We're coming to 1 to go, Evan, and this race is going to stay green, I hope, because Zelensky spun on the track.
So far, so good. Do they get to the white flag? They do. This race is official. 1.5 miles for Christopher Hill to win the longest night in NASCAR. Second place, Zach Novak has to seal off Cody Johnson. But is that move going to leave him with too little too late to challenge Hill? Looking to the inside. Hill seals off, leaves him a lane. Side by side for the iRacing Coke 600. Hill's got the advantage. Novak's got the run. Christopher Hill wins it on the outside.
2/100ths of a second is the gap.
Christopher Money Hill. In the end, the 4 tires beats the 2, but it was far from a foregone conclusion. And in a night that 30 minutes ago I would have characterized to you, Derek, as a night that was built on the stories of strategic, long green flag runs and strategy, is decided by some of the best racecraft you will ever see.
Wow. Christopher Hill, for the 2nd time this week, has won a Coke 600. What an amazing, amazing finish. For you, Evan, I know you've seen this before. For me in the booth, I think the closest I've witnessed in the booth, that I kind of forgot as a commentator. That was just fun to watch as a fan. Congrats to Christopher Hill.
Appreciate all of you at home sticking around, staying up late with us through the end. There is the slow motion look Hill gave room to the inside. Novak had a chance. He had the run, but by a hood. Christopher Hill over Zach Novak for the race win in the 2025 iRacing Coke 600. And what a result for Chris Hill, rookie this year in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. He competes full-time in that series for the Apex Racing team, but part of the Altus Esports camp just barely gets the best of Zach Novak and the Dead Zone Racing Channel 199 Sim Racing car. Let's take a look at your full race results. Christopher Hill's final margin of victory, 0.018 seconds. 18 1/1000ths is the difference in the end. Cody Johnson third, Dylan Duvall fourth, Nate Stewart fifth. All these cars pretty much led a lap in that final run to the end. Quinton Warman had a shot at it. He's P6. So did Seth the Merchant in seventh. And then a bit of a gap to Daniel Nanny, Chris Wilhite, and Brad Newman, your top 10.
Wow, moving back to P11, Patrick Gitter is 7 seconds back. Dallas Patask is back in P12. Justin Smith, Matthew O'Brien, JR Barberina, Tyler Justice, Jacob Wilkerson, Maggie McGuire's back in 18th, had been a lap down at one point. Dylan Banks on the lead lap. These are all the cars on the lead lap. P20 on back, Bobby Zielinski. Remember we said he was spun around at 2 to go, did not finish on the lead lap.
An unfortunate end there. Hoffman, Lim, Danson, Jenkins, they're all one lap off of the leaders. Evans, DiChiani, I think all running at the end of the race. And then I think from Mario Miranda on back, likely not making it full distance. He's 27th. Evan Say in the number 28 spot, so a good result for C is taken away from him. Much more competitive car than what that result shows for him. Tyler Latterell, he'll come home in the number 29 spot, and a P30 on the grid in this one for the end is Nick Broman.
And last cars on the field, Paul Hill, Omar Diallo, Jonathan Evans, James Houghton, Joseph, Derek Heitman, and Lars Chenoweth rounded out a 37-car field for the top split Coke 600.
And to look top to bottom at your iRacing full race results. And again, not much else that can be said by taking another look at this one. Again, this race had so many green flag runs, in excess of 260 laps green to the end. We were talking about the finite details of pit entry, pit stop execution, pit exit, the undercuts, the overcuts. And we thought that this race was going to be won on strategy, and maybe in the end it was. Maybe those 4 tires for Chris Hill allowed that car to carry just enough speed off of turn number 4 to edge out the 2 tires that were on Zach Novak's car on the inside lane. But I think in the end, again, some of the best racing you'll see, and not just the tip of the hat to the drivers in the battle for the win, which is incredible, and we'll go back and watch this for years to come, but throughout the field, I mean, they were aggressive at times, maybe too much among some of the lapped cars as they interacted with leaders, but they were aggressive, and overall, 3 caution flags over the course of 400 laps, 600 miles, shows an incredible amount of skill for everybody.
Yeah, it truly, truly does. It just, what a great finish. What an amazing run. As you said, at one point, it felt like we were going to play this the mental chess game of field strategy and tire saving and everything, and then it just really, it picked up. That was a blast. I'm hoping maybe at some point we'll get a hold of Christopher Hill and we can talk with him, but let's start with talking with P2. 200ths of a second, a little less than that officially. Zach Novak, P2 in the Coke 600. How's that feel? Adrenaline pumping a little bit, right?
Oh yeah. Second is I guess the number fits. Number 2, because I've finished second quite a lot, but can't complain about it too much. That was a super fun race, and I made one too many mistakes there at the end. That really kind of cost me the track position, and yeah, from there is just kind of trying to get what I could, and didn't really work out for us, unfortunately.
Talk us through the last pit stop. That's the one that keeps running through my head. I mean, everyone had different opinions, obviously. Some were 2 tires, some were 4 tires. Looking back, do you wish you had changed your decision? Are you happy with your decision? Looking back on that pit stop, how do you feel right now?
I'm not too sure. I think it was kind of 50-50, of course, on, what would work, what wouldn't. Our thought process was kind of just to keep the track position. It was hard to gain the track position just because of the draft on the top. You couldn't really go anywhere besides the bottom, so it was hard to gain some track position back. So we figured keeping it would be the best bet and just kind of playing defense, which seemed to be the right play. I think after everything kind of played out there under that caution, I think I would have rather been on 4 simply for the fact that I would have restarted 3rd. I don't know. It's tough to say. I think at the end of the day, we had a shot to win, so I wouldn't say we made the wrong call by any means.
So early in the broadcast, Evan talked about how some drivers, they do a 600 and they're done. What's your plans the rest of the weekend? Is this your shot at it? Have you done other 600s? Are you doing more 600s this weekend?
This is it for me. It's a long race, so I figured, we'll have one shot at the Open and one shot at the Fix. I did Fix on Wednesday. Unfortunately, came home empty-handed this week, but we had a chance tonight, so that's really all I can ask for.
Well, typically that's the kind of finish that Evan and I would see at a super speedway. That was amazing. Thank you as a commentator, as a spectator, as a fan. Thank you for that race. It was fun and a pleasure to watch you. Thank you, Zach Novak.
Thank you guys for the broadcast. Appreciate everybody that helps put it on. Thanks to everybody behind the scenes that works on the car. We had a rocket tonight, so thankful for that, and thanks to all my sponsors, Free NASCAR, Channel 199, everybody that helps make it happen for me. That was a fun race. Glad to be part of it, and we'll be back next year.
Awesome. Thanks, Zach.
Thank you, guys.
Well, Evan, it may be 12 something in the morning, depending on where you are. I think for you it's about almost 1 in the morning now on the East Coast time, but that got the adrenaline pumping.
Oh yeah, I events like this make me miss the West Coast time. West Coast is a optimal time zone for sports, and an optimal time zone to hopefully not wake your neighbors up when you're just screaming at 12:45 in the morning for a thrilling finish. So no one's rang the doorbell. I think we're good. But what a race. And again, appreciate all of those who are either watching this Saturday afternoon, coming back and watching the replay, but especially for those of you who have been with us all night long, going on 4 hours from when this started. And again, this race had a little bit of everything. So a big thanks to all of those for tuning in, Derek. And again, if you want to participate in the iRacing Coke 600, you still have opportunities, both open and fixed setup opportunities coming up later on over the course of the weekend. So head to the iRacing UI and take a look at those different split times and find one that works for you. Be a part of the greatest weekend in motorsports virtually here on the iRacing service. But just because our broadcasted portion of the 600 comes to an end does not mean that we are done quite yet, Derek, because there is a ton more to come as the iRacing special events calendar rolls on. It may be difficult to beat the month of May with the fixed and open run-ins of the Indy 500, and of course the split weekend here with the open and fixed Coke 600. But there is much more to come on the iRacing special events calendar as the season rolls on, and you can find all of those right here on the iRacing Esports Network. The 4 hours of Thruxton coming up next. You don't even have to wait a week, and then 2 weeks out from the Nürburgring 24.
Yeah, it's going to be a great run again in June. Lots of events. The Firecracker 400 still to come. The Bristol 500. The Brickyard. So many. The event at Crandon with the Land Rush is still coming. So many more special events. Well, it's been a pleasure, Evan. It's been a great race and a great night here at Charlotte for me.
And we hope that all of you join us until next time, though. That'll be it for us here for this special presentation of RaceSpotTV on the iRacing Esports Network. Again, one more thanks on behalf of our RaceSpot team, for our producer Ramiro Cisneros downstairs, for Derek Watson. My name is Evan Pasoko, saying thanks for tuning in, and congratulations to Christopher M. Hill, who is once more an iRacing Coke 600 champion. Until the next special event, good night from Charlotte.